morning. I am not Felicia Marcus. I am Fran Spivey Weber. Felicia will be here shortly, but we'll get started. Today is Wednesday, January the 18th at 9:03 a.m. And I would like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing the board members. With me to my left is Doreen Diadamo, and to my right, board member, I'm sorry, what is your name again?
I'm over here.
Stephen Moore, and we expect Tam to be here shortly as well. Mr. Howard, will you please introduce your staff and this new strange staff person who's helping Janine?
Yes. To my left, Michael Lawfer, Chief Counsel. To my right, Chief Deputy Eric Oppenheimer. John Bishop will be joining us shortly. And assisting the board are Janine Townsend and Courtney Tyler, who has returned from maternity leave. And welcome back, Courtney.
Now, evacuation procedures. Find the nearest exit, and if and when there is a fire alarm, grab your valuables and your friends and proceed out the whichever exit you've chosen. And we evacuate to Cesar Chavez Park. It's raining today, so go wherever you would like that's warm. And also want to let you know that this meeting is being webcasted and recorded, so please speak into the microphone when you come up and identify yourself. Also, most importantly, turn off your phones, cell phones, beepers, or whatever you have that can make noise. First, we have a Superior Accomplishment Award. And Karen is going to do the honors. Karen Larson.
There we go. Good morning, board members. I'm Karen Larson, Deputy Director of the Division of Water Quality here at the State Board, and I am very pleased to be here to award a Superior Accomplishment Award to Ariana Villanueva. She is a Water Resources Control Engineer in our Surface Water Permitting section in DWQ. And during her relatively short tenure here at the State Water Board, Ariana has taken the initiative and gone above and beyond to gain the knowledge that she needs to be effective, to meet pretty tight deadlines, as well as to develop collaborative relationships with multiple of our stakeholders. Having spent 10 years at a regional board, I believe that a well-rounded water board career includes both a state board and regional board experience, and yet that's not always possible and difficult to do. Ariana has taken opportunity to gain regional board experience by helping some of the regional boards reissue individual NPDES permits, as well as conduct compliance inspections there on the ground at the regional board level. So she's really gone above and beyond to get that on the ground experience. Similarly, as the lead staff on the general order for regulating activities related to natural gas pipeline testing, she has worked with the natural gas companies to conduct on-the-ground inspections of their operations so that she can understand the practices and challenges that they face in the field, so she can craft an order that will be both protective of water quality as well as implementable. Ariana also led the effort to update 3 statewide permits for discharges of pesticide, associated with pesticide applications, all at once, mind you. Within a 5-month period, she worked with stakeholders to craft the updated language, as well as bring the item before the board and get it adopted. So that was a Herculean effort over a very short amount of time. She also managed the NPDES cost of compliance effort, working with the work group to develop practical products to improve the efficiency of the program, as well as to provide tools to permit writers at the regional boards so that they can consider cost of compliance in their permitting activities. So Ariana approaches her work with professionalism and confidence, and as you can see, a ready smile. She's an excellent representative of the water boards, so please join me in congratulating her on this superior accomplishment. Thank you, Ariana.
Yeah, make sure we get a picture.
Fabulous work. Wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you, Ariana.
Lucky to have you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Oops, are there any public forum cards? Okay, we will not do public forum. Welcome, Felicia. We do not have any minutes, so item number 1 is removed from the agenda. Item number 2 is taken off consent because there's been a change that Jim is working on right now. So, are you ready? Okay. So we will consider a proposed resolution approving the allocation of additional funds from the cleanup and abatement account to Tulare County for the installation of a new well and associated infrastructure at the Monson project. We got a change early this morning, so that's the reason for this. It's a little discombobulated, but we will. So Julie, will you be in charge or Jim? Julie. Okay. Okay. Please introduce your staff.
All right. So this is Julie Rosardo, Chief of the Office of Sustainable Water Solutions in the Division of Financial Assistance. Here today, James Mon, Brenda Pauley, Bridget Chase, and Steve Westhoff. Brenda Pauley will be making the staff presentation regarding the change sheet on item 2.
Good morning, Board Chair and members. My name is Brenda Pauley. I'm the project manager for the Monson project in the Division of Financial Assistance. I'd like to apologize for the last-minute changes on this item. There are copies on their way for change sheet 1 and 2. Changes to this item are related to the amount of additional funds being requested from the cleanup and abatement account for the installation of a new well and associated infrastructure for the Monson project. Tulare County predicted construction bids to come in up to $300,000 higher than the original engineer's estimate. However, when the county opened bids for the project on January 9th, the bids were even higher than anticipated. Tulare County is requesting an additional $705,000 in cleanup and abatement funds for a total of $1.2 million from cleanup and abatement. Division of Financial Assistance staff is working closely with the county for the review of the revised budget in detail to ensure all costs are warranted. The resolution gives staff the flexibility to approve increased costs, but allows staff to approve a lower amount if warranted by additional detailed budget review. Staff recommends approving the allocation of up to $715,000 in additional cleanup and abatement funds for the project, for a total of $1.21 million. The project is being co-funded with, for a total project estimate of $2.1 million, of which Department of Water Resources is funding $400,000 and $400,000, I'm sorry, and USDA is funding $500,000. The project is at risk of losing the funding from USDA if we don't move forward quickly. Are there any questions?
Oops, excuse me. I do have one card in support of this item.
And we also do have some information to read into the record when it's appropriate regarding the change sheet. So Michael
We do
can
that
tell
at
us which.
now or before
that done?
the comment.
It probably would be best to go ahead and read it in. You have a sense of what the actual change is from the staff description, but let's have the text in case the commenter has specific concerns about the change.
Okay.
I just wanted, for clarity, there was an additional amount due to the bids that came in, and now there's an additional add-on. Could you explain why that came in so late?
Yes, so the bids were opened in earlier this month, and when they went out to bid in December, there was just a short time frame to get the exact number pinned down.
Okay.
That's why.
Okay. Yeah, and that was because you had prepared the agenda item, and then it's been adjusted.
Correct.
And do you have any description of the bid climate? That is, are there a lot of projects like this, and there's a lot of competition for a limited number of contractors that do this type of work, i.e. construction of wells?
We do have representatives from the county here today. That is something that they could potentially address. I know this is just one of many projects in Tulare County, so I think they would be best to address that specific issue within the county.
Yeah, that's a naturally occurring outcome during, when there's a lot of demand, the bids don't come in as low. And as a civil engineer who's done engineering estimates, they're very difficult, and they shouldn't be too heavily relied upon, given the dynamics of the economy, supply and demand of those services. So I'm sympathetic to the fact that the bids came in higher. What were the number of bidders on this particular project?
Yes, there were 6.
Okay,
So it's a pretty good number.
pretty good number that were qualified bidders.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Let's hear from Denise England from the county.
Okay, that sounds better. Yep, oops, this wants to fall on me. Okay, I'll just stop touching it. So Denise England with Tulare County.
I'm not sure it's still, I'm
Oh,
still not sure it's on.
Right in front of my mouth. Okay. Denise England with the County of Tulare. I'm a Deputy County Administrative Officer, and my colleague Ross Miller, who's the engineer from the county that's been working on the project, and I came up today to thank you for consideration of this project. And as Brenda indicated, we did have 6 bids on the project. They were all very close in total dollar amount, so we feel like we got a fair bid price. A couple of the things that were higher than the engineer's estimate were the cost of drilling. The other was the cost of the pump and motor. And those were probably the 2 locations that we saw came in quite a bit higher than what was anticipated. So I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have, but we thank you for your support on this project, as well as our many other projects that we have going in Tulare County.
Are all of the future projects coming out of the cleanup and abatement account?
No, typically the cleanup and abatement will address a short-term relief for the community, and we do have a long-term project for this one in particular and for most other ones as well.
And to add to that, the urgency on this project in particular and needing to make that funding whole very quickly is that it risks losing funding. It's got joint funding with DWR and USDA, and the USDA funding in particular, if we don't move along with this very quickly, the project could risk losing that portion of the funding.
I note also that there's a governance solution that's part of the package, the combination of oversight with Sultana, which is a neighboring district. Could you explain that a little bit?
Yes, so that would be the long-term project. Sultana does plan to formally annex the Monson area and service them, provide services, drinking water services. So that is a future project. We expect to get an application for that construction project later this year.
Any other comments? With that, do I hear a, oh, that's right.
So Julie Rosardo's passing out the hard copies, but if I could read into the record.
Perfect. Okay.
So the change sheet for the resolution, so the change is reflected in the number 1 of the resolves. So the dollar amount changes, striking 300,000, adding in $715,000. And then the total amount changes from $800,000, which is stricken out, and the new amount is $1,215,000.
I don't know if it makes any difference, but it says 705,603 and 715 in the resolution. So should we make those match?
I apologize, I didn't get a copy of that. Michael, do you?
I could actually speak to that. So I'm assuming you're talking about page 1 of the actual agenda item.
Right.
So that's the amount that they requested.
Okay.
And then we're requesting a little buffer to that.
Okay.
Good. Well, I'd like to move adoption of the staff recommendation with change sheets 1 and 2. And just want to thank everyone for their work on this. It's a real important project meeting many of State Water Board's goals.
Thank you. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous, and so thank you. Now we hope you get everything. And I will turn the gavel over to Felicia.
Thank you very much. Mr. Howard, item number 3.
Yes, this is the bi-weekly drought update. Normally we have the department and the bureau on the second meeting, but they're busy fighting floods, and so we decided to have Diane do the update and provide some information on the hydrology.
That is an excellent excuse. That's right, we're going to hand out commemorative sandbags rather than commemorative, I don't know what it would be for the drought. Shower gauges.
Morning, Chair Marcus and board members. Again, I'm Diane Riddle. I'm the Environmental Program Manager for the Bay Delta and Hearings Program, and I'm here today to provide you a brief update on drought conditions in the Bay Delta watershed that seem to be improving happily. So usually the Department of Water Resources and the Bureau of Reclamation come in once a month to provide you an overview of the hydrologic conditions occurring in the state and their operations. as Tom mentioned, given that they're busy with flood operations right now, I'm going to go ahead and do that update for them. As you'll see from this graph, this is the Northern Sierra Precipitation 8 Station Index. As of yesterday, we're at 46.2 inches, which is almost at the average for the year. So we're doing pretty good there. It's 200% of average roughly to date. On to, sure.
It's amazing to me that with all the rain that we've had, certainly in Northern California, that we're still just, I mean, it really is, still seems low to me. Is that right, or?
I think it's tracking the wettest season to date for the Northern 8 Station Index, so I think it is actually reflecting very wet conditions in the northern part of the state. This is, tracking above all of the other lines there. It's the blue line, which is tracking above the next wettest year, which was 1982 and 1983. So we're currently above that. It's possible things could flatline from here, and we would be under average conditions for an April 1 date, but we'll have to see how the next series of storms rolls around. It looks like the storm window could be open.
Before you move to the next one, it's interesting, if you look at the recent storms, it's over 15 inches, and it's almost a mirror image of the March 2016 jump that we saw, which had a big effect on water supply conditions.
Yeah, that's a good observation. It does look very similar to that brown line for 2015, 2016. So on the San Joaquin, this latest storm really improved conditions. The San Joaquin wasn't doing as well as the Northern Sierra 8 Station Index. The San Joaquin 5 Station Index is now tracking above the 82-83 year record as well. Still under average, but over 200% of average to date. So under the April 1st average, but above 200% of the current average to date. So doing well there as well. And you're seeing a similar trend in the Tulare Basin, which also the last series of storms in January helped to boost that number up quite a bit. So that's tracking pretty close to the wettest conditions there, which occurred in 68 and 69. So there we're about 194% of average to date. So that is reflected in the recovering reservoir storage conditions throughout the state, which are doing much better. As you'll see, many are above the average levels or near the average levels and are in flood control operations right now. One exception to that is New Melones Reservoir, which is a large reservoir and takes a while to recover. As you'll recall, during the drought, the reservoir got to very low levels. It's a 2.4 million acre foot reservoir. We're still only at 36 or 62% of average to date, so it's recovering, but it's going to take some time given the size of that reservoir. So it's, our San Joaquin River flow issues, we'll continue to have to monitor that and see how that plays into the spring San Joaquin River flow requirements that start up in February.
The San Luis Reservoir is filled up to about average for this date. What are some of the explanations for that, in terms of the operation?
San Luis Reservoir exports, because of the high flow conditions, the State Water Project and Central Valley Project have been able to export much more water than they were in the past several years, so they've been at full bore as much as possible.
Yeah,
so I think that's
pretty remarkable, the volume that they've been able to transfer there in the last couple of months.
Right.
Do you know what the breakdown is between state versus federal, and then also repayment for what was borrowed last year?
I'm not sure on the repayment issue, and I can get back to you on the San Luis share of storage. I don't have that on this sheet here, but I'll look into that and get back to you. I can't fully fill the shoes of the State Department of Water Resources and Bureau of Reclamation, unfortunately. I'm sorry. I'm pretending, but I'm not doing a good job on that end. So another important factor that we look at is not just precipitation, but the snow water content, which during the drought has been a major issue because that's the supply we rely upon through the spring as the snow melts to refill the reservoirs and really help with our water supply situation. As you'll see, it's not such a dramatic improvement there. We're pretty much tracking close to average for the northern part of the state. The central part of the state is doing a little better than average, and the southern part of the state is doing a little better still, but we still have a large portion of the year to go. It's possible, things could dry up and get warm and we would lose that snowpack, so that's something we'll be tracking closely through the season.
It could be with climate change, or one hypothesis would be that average curve that we're comparing against might be shifting if we looked at just 21st century data, or more of a subset that might be more predictive of the future with climate change. So it's a good thing.
Yeah, we will see an earlier snow melt, things dropping off in March rather than April or something like that. Yeah, that's very possible. So other than that provides my update. Dee Dee had some questions last time regarding the San Joaquin River adult escapement of fall run Chinook salmon. I looked into that a little bit more. As you'll see from this graph, this shows the returns of adult fall run to the San Joaquin River Basin from 1951 to 2016. We have seen an improvement in 2016, the last year. You'll notice, though, that is some preliminary data, and conditions in the last several years are somewhat better than the conditions you saw immediately before that from during the 2000s up till 2011. Dee Dee was wondering about those conditions, so I asked some questions looking at, as you'll see here, this demonstrates where the returns have been going to in the San Joaquin River Basin, and you'll see that most of those returns are going back to the Stanislaus River, and an explanation for that is likely that a number of these fish may be strays from other parts of the Bay Delta watershed who encountered flow from the Stanislaus River this fall. We had the biological opinion on the Stanislaus River has flow requirements which maintain consistent flows. And with the dry conditions that were occurring during the fall, this may have been the only signal of flow that was coming and may have attracted a disproportionate amount of fish onto the Stanislaus River. That's the hypothesis that biologists are currently working under, is that given the low flows that were occurring both on the Merced and Tuolumne rivers and elsewhere in the system, that there was this pulse flow occurring on the Stanislaus and many fish may have been returning to that system. This may be something we can ask the fish agencies about further, but just to follow up on your question there. Following up on the other question that Dee Dee had at the last drought update regarding improvements to monitoring that have been made for winter run Chinook salmon on the Sacramento River system. There was a project work team formed through the Interagency Ecological Program to improve the juvenile production estimate, the estimate of how many juveniles make it out of the system. There were a series of recommendations. This letter came out on January 4th, so many of those haven't been instituted yet. There are a few that have been instituted, so I can go ahead and forward you that letter to take a look at that. And again, if you'd like, at a future date, we can have the fish agencies come in and speak further to those recommendations.
I think that'd be great. And NACWA had also some recommendations on monitoring. So when the fish agencies come in, I think it'd be good to invite NACWA and others, maybe from the NGO community as well. Thanks for following up on my questions. I appreciate it. And yeah, I'd like to see the letter. Maybe send it to everyone.
So that concludes my update, unless there are any further questions.
Thanks very much. All right.
Haven't done the minutes yet.
What?
Haven't approved the minutes yet. Oh.
We're not going to do them. Oh, you weren't just waiting for us. All right. Item number 4, Mr. Howard. Looking forward to this.
Update on the 2016 Save Our Water program and the results and the 2017 plans. And we have Ed Wilson from Department of Water Resources and Jennifer Persicki from Aqua to present.
Thank you. Welcome. I got to see the preview last week. It was good. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I did have a card on item 3. You can stay where you are. What? It was Gary's. Did you want to go on 3 or 5? That's what I would have thought. Okay. Sorry, I just saw the 3 on it. Okay. Thanks. Great. And I think there's a PowerPoint.
Thank you, Board Chair Marcus, and all the members of the Water Board for having Save Our Water here to give you an update on our activities, both the past and present and future. My name is Ed Wilson. I'm with the Public Affairs Office of the California Department of Water Resources, and joining me is Jennifer Persicki, who's the Deputy Executive Director of External Affairs and Member Services at Aqua, the Association of California Water Agencies, and our partner in this program. Now, much has happened since our last update that we had with you about 2 years ago. We've seen drought conditions change and shift, of course, and the program's focus today is around encouraging permanent change in water use. Now, before we transition to the results of our 2016 efforts and what Save Our Water will do this year, a little background on the program. It started in 2009 by the Schwarzenegger administration during the last drought with an aim to help Californians reduce their everyday water use. As the state entered the current drought, the program was adopted and expanded by the Brown administration. Save Our Water has grown into the state's official statewide conservation education program. It reaches Californians with conservation messaging hundreds of millions of times per year, talking about the drought, with paid and earned media campaigns across the state. Save Our Water is a unique partnership between the Department of Water Resources and Aqua, allowing the program to be both consumer-facing as well as an umbrella program to be adopted on the local level by water agencies. Each year, the program has collaborated with dozens of local agencies, bringing consistent messages on conservation to millions of Californians. Now, from the start, Save Our Water has been driven by research. Numerous statewide surveys and focus groups have helped guide the messaging and tactics of the program to ensure it remains relevant and credible with the public. Additional research is slated to occur later this winter. We will track our benchmarks from previous years and gauge public opinion and awareness. We will use this research to guide our paid and earned media efforts this year, just as we have in the past. Save Our Water has also been key in promoting the DWR toilet and turf rebate program. And starting in late 2015, the program shifted gears from extreme messaging about the drought to a more evergreen focus, if you will, on permanent change. The program's overarching theme has been to support Governor Brown's directive in his May 2016 executive order to make conservation a California way of life, rain or shine. I'm now going to hand it over to Jennifer Persicki, who will go into more detail on the program's activities of last year as well as what we have in store for 2017.
Thank you very much, Ed. Looks like I got to put my button on there. Good morning. Thank you so much for having us here today to be able to report out on the program. It's something that we really enjoy doing. And it's hard to believe, but Save Our Water has just wrapped up its 7th year, reaching out to Californians to educate them on why they need to serve, how to do it, and basically sending that message every day that those actions are important inside and out, rain or shine. We've made great strides, and it's really been a collective effort for sure, with the campaign, through the water agencies, through the tremendous earned media that we've all been able to gather. And the public today is more aware than ever before about water. It's really top of mind, and they've made it clear that they're willing to be, a part of it, whatever needs to be done. And they understand, we've seen this through our research, that conservation is a habit. It's really like, recycling your cans and bottles, and that's the direction we want to move the public, and that it's part of the California lifestyle. Well, 2016 was another kind of challenging year. Every year we've had to look at different ways to reach out with the different messaging that we're really charged with, and we launched an all-new effort. And as Ed mentioned, we made a transition consciously at the end of 2015, taking that momentum and moving the public to permanent change, to things that we know over the long haul will make a big difference. So we blanketed the state this last year with that permanent change messaging, and we assisted hundreds of water agencies throughout the states and other organizations with their local outreach, which is a key part of this program. And together we reached Californians hundreds of millions of times with our message, water conservation, it's for life. So now we'd love to show you a quick video recap, and then we'll talk a bit about 2017.
Started in 2009, Save Our Water is managed by the Association of California Water Agencies, in partnership with the California Department of Water Resources. The state's official statewide conservation program, Save Our Water, is aimed at helping Californians reduce water use every day and supporting local water agency outreach. Building on the incredible momentum created in 2015, Save Our Water shifted focus this year from extreme messaging to thanking residents for their efforts and encouraging them to continue to conserve. The program reflects the need for permanent change, both inside and out, to save water. And as Governor Brown requested in his May executive order, to make water conservation a California way of life. Save Our Water continued its commitment to research, assessing Californians' opinions and attitudes about conservation. This data helped to shape the 2016 campaign, Water Conservation, It's for Life. The program sought to maximize public education through new and creative efforts, and stronger collaboration with water agencies and other partners. The program provided water agencies with an all-new portal with hundreds of new customizable collateral pieces and tools, monthly instructional webinars, and partnering on research and paid media efforts. Business partners stepped up big for Save Our Water with donations of airtime and paid media and extensive promotion on social media channels. Strategic paid media campaigns, both statewide and regional, utilize multiple languages and all available channels and platforms to motivate California to adopt an ongoing water conservation lifestyle. We also produce statewide radio and TV campaigns thanking Californians for their conservation efforts.
Save Our Water program and California's local water agencies thank Californians for all you've done to conserve our most precious resource during this historic drought. Let's keep up the effort, because water conservation, it's for life. Learn more at SaveOurWater.com.
Weather is brought to you in part by the Metropolitan Water District and Save Our Water.
Your weekend getaway forecast is brought to you by Save Our Water, reminding Californians to keep saving. Get tips at SaveOurWater.com.
Many Californians are making changes to permanently save water, inside and out. One easy way to conserve is to fix leaks at home. A few twists of the wrench can save 110 gallons a month. Get more water conservation tips at SaveOurWater.com, because water conservation, it's for life.
The program also launched an all-new website in both English and Spanish that frames current conditions and specific actions that people can take to make a difference. SaveOurWater.com has become a catalyst for connecting people with up-to-the-minute conservation news, tips for indoors and in the yard, along with conservation transformation stories from real Californians that educate, inform, and inspire. Beyond paid media efforts, Save Our Water connected with Californians every day on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. The program also promoted DWR's toilet and turf rebate program to support long-term efficiency. The campaign even attracted some real star power.
They call us the Splash Brothers because we make it rain on the court. But even we can't make it rain enough in California. Learn how to conserve at SaveOurWater.com.
The program's summer campaign and media efforts were highly successful, and our fall campaign is showing strong results going into the rainy season. Save Our Water conservation messaging is everywhere. And so far this year, we've reached Californians more than 160 million times. Californians are embracing Save Our Water's message and are making conservation a habit. After 5 years of historic drought, Californians will never again look at water in the same way. As we move into 2017, Save Our Water will continue to inform and remind Californians that water conservation, it's for life.
So there's the glitzy part of the recap. And you also have a little 4-page printed piece there that gets into more of the detail of the results. And I just wanted to highlight again that really the success of the program is the public engagement. We've gone directly to the public with the message, but we've also worked so closely with water agencies assisting them at
Started
the local
in 2009,
level.
Save Our...
You want to watch it again? No. Probably not. But anyway, one more time. We'll put it in reruns. But this does give you kind of the blow-by-blow of all of the impressions through every kind of media that we can think of. And new this year were gas pump commercials. And I know you may think, is that an effective way to get messaging across to the public? Well, you're certainly a captive audience as you're sitting there pumping your gas. So we thought we'd try it, and actually very good results on that. So if you flip that piece over, you'll see a little section on what we're thinking about and working on for 2017. So just to highlight a few things. Well, we're building on the success of the program to date, so that really helps us get a leg up. We're going to continue the evergreen messaging, and that's really what we're calling it. And we're crafting messages that we know will resonate and be credible with the public. And that has been a very good direction. We will continue to focus then on permanent changes, things they can do inside and out that make a difference, rain or shine. So again, fixing leaks, the landscape transformations, choosing, we're going to talk a little more this year about the efficiency of appliances. Is it time to replace your appliance? Why not think about something that's more efficient? Updating our research, we're already talking to various firms about, again, statewide public attitude surveys, which will be very important this year with the changing conditions, along with focus groups. And we really use that to benchmark how we're doing, where is the public in their attitude, and then to test both our messaging and our method of delivery. So we'll be doing all of that. We will be expanding translations of our materials. We took a run at that last year. We want to expand to new languages, Chinese, Russian, Vietnamese, etc. So we're looking forward to that. And then something we have not broached, because really the bandwidth hasn't been there, we're going to start developing some tools that can be used by water agencies and other organizations to reach out to school children. We have a little bit of information on our website right now, but we want to expand that. And finally, continue to maintain the excellent relationships we have with business and water agencies and nonprofits around the state, but build on that with the idea of sort of getting their attention through their sustainability programs, which again is less tied to weather. Something we started last year, and you heard a little snippet there in the video, is showcasing those landscape transformations, because we want that to continue. We know that there's lots of action on that around the state, but seeing how you might approach it as a consumer, we know can be very helpful. And, you know, paid and earned media, we're hoping that the legislature does approve the proposed $2 million that the governor has placed in his budget. We'll look forward to that. So that's really what we have in store. We will keep you apprised of what we learned through the research. I think that will benefit all of us, and I'm happy to answer any questions, as I'm sure my colleague is. Thank you very much.
Yeah, please.
Thank you. It's inspiring as it was last time, and I love the idea of it being for life, and because of the dual meaning, because water is life. And also just congratulate you on making landscapes look attractive and something that would improve somebody's property. You know, that kind of portrayal is valid, and it can be very persuasive. One of the stickier challenges that we've encountered during the drought in terms of our relating to the public and communicating with them is there's an expectation in most of the public, I would say, much of it, that if they saved water, they would save money. And I wonder if you've thought of that, or if that could be an area where we bring people in line with the idea that it's not the drops of water, it's the pipes and pumps that get the water to your house that is what costs money. And I think you make some progress toward that when you talk about not taking water for granted in this upcoming campaign. Have you talked a little bit about this more challenging, difficult messaging challenge with money and water?
We definitely have, and it's a message that always requires a lot more explanation, and you can see from our program that we try to keep it pretty top line and understandable. But we will noodle that again to see how we approach it. Again, it's tougher because it's different throughout the state, but it is definitely something we've thought about and discussed.
As you move into working with schools, the stormwater area is another area where we are expanding into in working with schools and knowing what to do with rain when it does come, so that it doesn't mess up your drought tolerant landscape, but also so that there are ways of partnering in the community so that stormwater gets saved. I saw you had rain barrels in one of your in your piece, but are you particularly focusing on stormwater too?
We haven't, but it's a really good idea. So we'll take that under advisement and see what we can do with it. It's interesting to think about, protecting the new landscape that you just invested in and how that plays into it. Something we hadn't thought about, but that's a really good angle.
And maybe you could highlight some of the folks who've not just taken out the high water use plants, but created rain gardens and swales. You could have a whole subset on that.
Yeah, that would be interesting. Good fodder for the future.
It's the twofer. It's probably a five-fer if you think about it, but yeah.
Ditto on the congratulations. I was curious by something you said. I think it was with respect to the gas pump commercials. You said it was proven to be, well, it seemed to be effective. How do you measure the effectiveness of something like gas pump commercials? I'm curious because I tend to ignore those commercials.
Well, first of all, a lot of the agencies now and the agency that we're using sort of encouraged us to try it. It's very cost effective, and that was one of our sort of touch points this last year with the election and the cost of any kind of airtime. So for the number of impressions and number of folks you can reach through that medium, it's very cost effective.
So it's essentially the number of time the commercial is played, not necessarily the number of people who pay attention.
Well, that is a little harder to get your arms around for sure, but they have done a lot of testing on the whole gas pump arena, and they have good research that shows that folks they're standing there and they may not admit that they're paying attention. I know myself that I've gotten some good tidbits as I stood there listening to something. So it's something that is pretty new, but again, it was a way to get the message out in a different context that was cost effective for us.
It's those darn, locking pump so that you no longer have to stand there and actually, you can just lock the pump handle and walk away.
Run and get a snack.
Yeah.
You can do that at your own risk, right?
But don't use your phone.
I had one other question, and that is the Padilla bill, which was signed a number of years ago, is requiring that when people sell their homes, that they let the buyer know that they should have low flow toilets. So you mentioned that you're going to be focusing on fixtures, and I would suggest that you think about how you might incorporate that requirement, because they'll be having to they'll see it in other places. So that'll be good.
You've got great ideas today. That's another good one, because we're really trying to branch out. So I think that would be helpful, and you could do it in a very friendly way. Moved into a new home in a new neighborhood. I bet you might not have thought about X, Y, and Z. So that's good. Thank you.
That's interesting. It's great. I think you've done a great job, and I really appreciate it. I was really encouraged last week when I saw your presentation also about the polling results you're getting, where there really is traction both from your efforts and the efforts of local agencies, and hopefully a little of ours, that folks get that conservation makes sense, rain or shine, and that they plan to keep conserving even after the drought, which is great news. But keeping it front and center is really important, both through the drought and beyond. And so changing it up and thinking about your messages and all of that, and trying to find new ways to get to people, I think is great.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and while Governor Brown did say in 2016 making California conservation, or making it a California way of life, actually the draft water action plan said that in 2013.
Right.
So even before the historic drought. So he deserves a lot of credit, but also everyone who's been working on the water action plan.
Agreed.
Thank you very much. Great to hear. We'll now take let's say a 10-minute break, just so it can be useful versus just waiting till 10. So we'll come back on that clock, 10:06, 10:04. On that one, 10:05 on that one. Yeah, look at the red sign. Yeah, 5 after will do. Thank you. We'll get started in just a moment. If you'll take your seat. Good morning. I'm in a short chair today, so I'm sort of feeling. Good morning, all. We'll get started. Is this on? I don't want to shout. It's on, but people are just wrapped in intensive conversation here, there, and everywhere. That could be a good thing. I don't have a gavel. She has a gavel, but I have one at home. Yeah, I don't need it. I don't need one. Yeah, a good holiday gift, right? Yeah, exactly. Well, good morning, and thank you for joining us today for our workshop on how to approach the board's emergency urban water conservation regulations at this point this year. It's somewhat odd timing, of course, as it's early in the water year, but our emergency regulation expires in February unless extended, which is similar to where we found ourselves last year. We've been watching the weather along with everyone else, and we've been recording and reviewing conservation results all year. And last year, well, for the past few years. With respect to the weather, we've had an excellent first half of the season, particularly in Northern California. If we've learned anything, however, it is that we can't predict where we'll end up at the end of the season, but the first half has been welcome indeed, of course, except for those who've experienced flooding. We've also seen continuing conservation among Californians, though folks have disagreed on how good it is. The numbers have remained significant, with only a few disappointing exceptions. So it's challenging, but it is a far, far, far more welcome challenge than the challenges we've seen the last 4 years, so we'll take it. Overall, Californians have risen to the occasion and shown what they can do. Save Our Waters polling, which we heard about this morning, also displays support for conservation for the long term, which is encouraging and which is also a project that we're working on separately that I think the staff will touch on a bit today. So it's an interesting picture, a mixed but potentially promising picture, and reasonable minds can, and undoubtedly will, disagree on what we should do next, just as they have during the entire drought. The staff proposal suggests not counting too many chickens before they hatch this early, given that it's only halftime. If we'd called the national championship game at halftime, Bama would be national champs. We've seen the skies dry up, and we've seen heat waves melt snow in recent years, so they are recommending that we be conservative. Today, we're first going to hear from staff on their proposal for extending the emergency regulations, and we'll then hear from others regarding their views on what we should consider. Please recall that the proposal we adopted last May was based upon suggestions made at a similar workshop, so we do take all comments seriously and really listen. So today's not a day for decision. Today is a day for open, creative, and thoughtful minds to listen to each other. We'll take what you and the staff have to say and may have comments today, or we may sleep on it, watch the weather a bit, and give our suggestions to staff before a formal proposal is released. The conduct of the workshop, as you know, I need to read this. The workshop is being held in accordance with the public notice dated January 6th, 2017. This is an informal workshop. The board will not take any formal action, and there will be no sworn testimony or cross-examination of participants. The board members and its staff may, however, ask clarifying questions of speakers. After receiving comments at this workshop, the board may provide direction to staff regarding the staff proposal or any other proposal. Order of proceedings. Board staff has prepared a one-page document explaining our water supply outlook and the proposal for extending the emergency regulations. The document is available on the tables at the back of the room as well as on our website. We'll begin the workshop with comments from any elected officials. Following the comments, we will hear the staff presentation and then take public comment. Any elected official or their staff who is not part of a panel should please let the clerk know that you are present. I know of at least one that was planning to be present around now. If you intend to speak today, please fill out a blue speaker card and give it to the clerk. If you're not sure whether you wish to speak, fill out a card and mark it if necessary. In order to ensure that all participants have an opportunity to participate, oral presentations from any interested persons may be subject to time limits. Generally, we're starting early in the day, so at least 3 and perhaps 5 minutes. We're broadcasting this workshop on the internet and recording both audio and video, so please be sure that you speak into the microphone during your presentation, but not so close as to cause static. Do any of the board members want to say something before we get started? Okay. Elected officials not here yet? Okay, if he or anyone else appears, we will take them when they get here. And with that, Mr. Gomberg, take it away.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Marcus, board members, Max Gomberg with the Water Conservation and Climate Program. With me here is Eric Ekdahl, our office director, who has taken on an increasing role in all things water conservation over the last year, as well as managing our groundwater efforts and many other efforts. And to his left is David Rose, our attorney. So we're going to walk through the staff proposal and provide some context.
And can you explain, the staff proposal isn't a formal proposal and that you put it out just to seed conversation or to put out what your thinking is, and then we'll just hear from everybody today before a formal proposal?
Absolutely. So this is similar to what we've done in the past with this, where we've put out a sort of proposal that's not formal. It doesn't have formal regulatory language with it. It's a way to get the conversation started, to let everyone know what we're thinking, and to help with the public comment and getting some specificity about the actual elements of the regulation that are being proposed to be extended and what's being modified. So it's not a formal proposal with draft regulatory language. We'll have that later on. So before I get to that, I want to come from the sort of high level here and talk about where we're at and what it means for the state. So you see up there 2 photos which really illustrate what life in California is like. On the left, what we've been through over the past 5 years, and on the right, what this winter is shaping up to be so far. And this is California hydrology. We go from dry to wet and back again, and we've been living this even before climate change was impacting our weather systems, which it is now. And what climate change is doing is it's increasing the extremes. So more severe droughts, and when we do get the rain, more flooding. So this is our challenge to manage this. And as a state, we have been taking and will continue to take a leadership role in dealing with climate change, reducing our emissions and adapting to these impacts from climate change. I've listed the 3 major state plans that really lay out for water how we are addressing climate change in California and the leadership role that the state is playing and will continue to play on this issue. So this is really, that we're talking about this one specific emergency regulation today in this context, but this is part of a much larger effort that California is making to be a responsible party in addressing climate change. So in terms of where we've come from this drought, again, the regulation we're discussing today is just a piece of the state's overall drought response. You can see that I've listed just a few of the ways that the state has responded to drought up there, and that doesn't cover everything. And those things are in addition to major policy that we've implemented over the past couple of years, including Prop 1, which was the bond measure to fund a lot of different water infrastructure, ecosystem restoration, and the like, as well as SGMA, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, to help manage our groundwater basin. So there's been a lot of policy development and response during this drought to help make the state more resilient to future droughts and other impacts in the years ahead. The other thing I want to emphasize here is what you see on the graphic at the bottom there is how we have adapted this regulation over time in response to changing conditions. So when the governor...
Showing the arc.
Just the arc, right. It's not to scale. But just to show the arc of from the governor's state of emergency declaration due to drought was at the beginning of 2014. The board then acted to put in some basic requirements so we could track urban water use. We didn't have a mandatory conservation call then, it was voluntary. We stepped that up with some prohibitions on specific water uses. And then when things got really bad in that winter of 2014-15, when we had virtually no snowpack, lowest snowpack in 500 years, and really severe impacts, that's when we stepped up all the way to the 25% as mandated by the governor. And since then, as conditions have improved, we've made adjustments. So we have been adaptive. This board has been flexible in the face of changing conditions and modified these regulations accordingly.
Yeah, and I'll have to chime in with everybody here in the room and just remind folks of some of those details, like the stormwater strategy, where we're looking at funding and our regulatory program on stormwater and encouraging it as a resource. We also did low-interest loans that really paid off for the state in terms of water recycling investment, 1% loans, 900 million dispersed in Clean Water SRF. And also the statewide recycle water permit, which facilitates use on agricultural lands statewide. And there's a lot more things. Desalination policy, clarification if you're going to do desalination policy in the state. So yes, the State Water Board's been very busy during this drought implementing the California Water Action Plan.
There have been so many things, like Board Member Moore. I think that's really a great point, that we have really been working across the board. So the current version of the emergency regulation that's been in place since last May has had a way of doing things that really reflects local water supply conditions for our 410 urban water suppliers in the state. And what you see on the pie chart there is that we asked the water suppliers back in May to do a stress test, a certification of how much water would be available for their customers under 3 additional dry years. And the stress test was not mandatory, but the vast majority of water suppliers elected to complete it. And what you see, the biggest piece there, the over 80%, 343 suppliers completed the stress test and determined that even under 3 additional dry years, and this was in last summer, they would be able to supply all of their customer demands under assumptions that we set forth. And so those suppliers have not been under a state mandate to cut back water since May, since this regulation was adopted. The 2 other slices of the pie there were the 36, which is broken out into the multicolored table there, is suppliers that did complete the stress test and determined that they would have a shortage at the end of 3 years. And so they did have a state-mandated percentage cutback, and you can see the breakdown there. The final piece 32 suppliers elected not to complete the test and retain the standard they had from the prior iteration, the 2015 regulation. So we still have 68 suppliers currently that are under some state-mandated standard. What staff is proposing for this next iteration of the regulation is that those suppliers be allowed to submit and revise updated stress tests to reflect current conditions, such that if they find that they no longer would be in shortage, they can move into the blue category there. And just one more note on this. One of the things I've been asked over the past couple of days as well, is the board now going to reflect regional conditions? And what I would say is this approach does reflect regional conditions. It reflects the unique nature of California's plumbing and water supply conditions, in that water suppliers that can attest to the fact that the water supply is there will not face a state-mandated conservation standard. So even if the drought emergency ends this year, and that's the governor's prerogative if and when to revoke that, and he can revoke it for the entire state, or he can revoke it for parts of the state if he chooses. We still have work to do, and that's why the governor issued an executive order last year, really taking the next step. As Board Member Moore mentioned, we have the California Water Action Plan. We have making conservation a California way of life. Part of that plan, a key element in it, and we've got a number of actions to implement. The State Water Board is one of 5 agencies, including the Department of Water Resources, the Energy Commission, the Public Utilities Commission, and the Department of Food and Agriculture, that have collaboratively worked on an implementation report through a public process for this executive order, for this suite of long-term drought planning, conservation, and efficiency that we need to build resilience in the state, and that report will be issued in final form soon. So look for that. And really, one of the main things we're trying to do with this report is to break the cycle. You see on the graphic down there, bottom right, this is a graphic. I will give thanks to Heather Cooley, who I've seen from the Pacific Institute, who's used this graphic before in a number of presentations. But what you see there is sort of how we go about responding to drought in general in the state, where you start at the bottom of drought. People get aware, then there's concern, then there's panic, after things get really bad, and then it rains, and then we go back to our former ways. And so what we're really trying to do here with implementing this executive order and this long-term framework is cut out that step where after the rain we go back to apathy, that we have to be prepared. This is the new normal. We are going to respond appropriately to climate change and really keep up the conservation work, not in an emergency context, but in a building resilience context, in the way that we use water. And of course, this is only part and parcel of a whole suite of actions that include increasing water supplies as well.
What's interesting there is that we've been reminding ourselves of the East to Eden quote from Steinbeck,
Yeah.
and there's a time element to this hydrological cycle. 10 years and the human, horizon of recollection. We have this 10-year cycle, and people forget about the drought conditions or the flood conditions, and we're going to break that together.
That's right.
Some have a shorter cycle, I've noted over the past few years. Sorry, I didn't mean to editorialize. But you know who I'm talking about.
Yes. So I'm going to go through the next few slides fairly quickly because I believe that Diane Riddle covered most of this in her presentation. But for those who weren't here to see it or just tuned in on the web, what you see here is this water year, which started October 1st, and precipitation compared to the historical average. And so all the purple there is showing how how wet it's been. We've gotten a lot of precipitation up and down the state, particularly in the Sierras, which has been really great, building up the snowpack. It's caused some flooding, which is not ideal, but that's the extreme weather pattern we deal with. I do want to point out, however, that there are still pockets of the state where you see yellow, orange, and that deep orange, and those are areas which are still in drought. And so it's the recovery overall is looking great. As Chairman Marcus mentioned, we're still only halfway through, but it's looking good. But there are still regions of the state where there are still significant and lingering drought impacts. So on this chart, the thing to note is the over there sort of middle left, 46.2 current daily precip. That's this year. And what you see is how it's just shot up with the last atmospheric river that came in just last week. And actually, if that pattern were to continue, this is for the northern Sierra, we would actually exceed the wettest record year, which is 82, 83. On the other hand, if things shut off, and we know there's more rain coming over the next few days, but if things were to shut off and we would sort of flatline for the rest of the year, we would come in just sort of below the historical average. So that's how much difference it really makes to see what happens for the rest of January, February, March, even into April, to see where we end up overall in terms of precipitation total. This is the snowpack slide. What I want to mention about this is, snowpack is the key, and snowpack requires the snow to fall and then not to be melted away by warm temperatures. And so right now, for this date, we're way above average. But for the April 1 historical average, we're at 75%. So we still need the snow, and we really need it to stay cold so that snowpack stays intact throughout the winter and spring. This is the reservoir slide. You can see the reservoirs are looking good, right? They've been filling up, but not everywhere. Again, there are a few parts of the state. So bottom right is Cachuma Lake, which serves Santa Barbara and environs, still in a severe state of drought and low water. Not one of the state's major reservoirs, but as I mentioned, significant in terms of looking at regional impacts.
New Melones is?
New Melones is still low as well. So if we think about surface water as our checking account in the sort of financial analogy of things, checking account is back up, so we've got water. But groundwater is our savings account. And in many areas, we've depleted that savings account and then some. So we've really got to build that back up. We've had all kinds of impacts. That's what led to the passage of the Groundwater Management Act back in 2014. And so what you see there in the picture is the amount of land subsidence that's occurred in the valley, in parts of the valley. So building that back up is going to be a time-consuming and difficult process. So even with our surplus of surface water now, we still have work to do on the groundwater side of things. So these are the questions that we put out with the notice that we are inviting public comment on in terms of how to move forward with this regulation in these changing conditions, and with our eye towards a long-term conservation framework and also appropriate response to a much better water supply outlook than we've had over the past 5 years. So these are these are, we appreciate the public comments that have already been submitted in writing, and look forward to hearing from the people in the room today. The staff recommendation, as was mentioned, is essentially to extend what we currently have in place. And so what we currently have in place has a number of elements. That key element which people tend to focus on is there a state mandated conservation standard? And what's been in place is if a supplier can demonstrate that there's 3 years of supply even under dry conditions, then there isn't a state mandated conservation standard, and suppliers are going to be given the option of updating their numbers and their projections based on the winter to send in revised stress tests. So we anticipate that we are going to have very few, assuming the board approves this, ongoing state-mandated conservation standards going forward. So that's really the key element of the proposal and what would carry forward between now and May at the earliest, or if we run the whole 270 days through the end of October. The other elements of the proposal are elements that really go towards transparency and transitioning to this long-term framework. So we have monthly reporting that we've been requiring since 2014. The governor has mandated that be made permanent, so we're just carrying that forward. We also have the specific wasteful water use prohibitions that have, again, been in place and we're working on making permanent. So those are the things like no washing a vehicle without a shutoff nozzle, no irrigation during rain and 48 hours after, the hospitality sector prohibitions, and some of the others. So those are also part of this proposal. As well, we're proposing to maintain the enforcement authority that has been in place over the course of this emergency to be able to issue informational orders or conservation orders where they're needed, just so we can keep tabs on things and make sure that all of the water suppliers are living up to their responsibilities. So really that's the proposal in a nutshell, and we'll take comment and hear from you all today and revise accordingly, and we'll get then the formal proposed language out and be back on February 7th for adoption.
Just a couple of housekeeping questions to help folks. I'm assuming that the reason that you're doing the steady as she goes approach with that opportunity, because you were prepared to get tougher if need be, per the governor's executive order, is sort of threefold. One would be that it's been a pretty good start to the water year, right? Number two is folks have kept conserving at a healthy clip. It hasn't fallen off the rails. And three, not necessarily most importantly, we'll know better at the end of the season what we ought to do next, whether we should go away, whether we should adopt something else, and we'll see where we are in the discussions on the permanent. Do I have that right?
That's right. If I had the magic wand, we wouldn't have a 270-day limit for these regs. We could go 365, so we could really go May to May. But we're living within that limitation, so we have to, do something now to keep it going if that's the board's direction, and then we can come back in May and see whether any other changes are warranted.
All right, and keep watching the skies and conservation levels as we do. Secondly, when you say you're going to release draft regulatory language and then we have the adoption hearing on February 7th, I don't want to necessarily hold you to a strict date, but I'm sure people listening are going to want to know kind of when to look for it and how much time they'll have to comment, in addition to, their foundational comments here or suggestions that we, may well adopt like we did last time into the proposal.
Right. So we're not proposing any major revisions here to this regulation, so we should have it out soon. I can't commit fully to a date unless my attorney would like to commit fully to a date. But
no, I just want to give a kind of a ballpark and how much time you're going to try and give folks to respond.
I would say I think we could probably get it out next week.
Mm-hmm.
And I assume that you're keeping the CPUC Water Division in the loop on this as well.
As well as the new CPUC commissioner who replaced Commissioner Sandoval, Commissioner Guzman Aceves, yes.
So I'll just add, Board Chair, that how much time it takes for board staff to get a proposal out will depend in part upon the comments we received today, because we're holding this workshop to get input from all the stakeholders and public on essentially a framework of continuation without major changes. If we hear proposals for major changes, then that might change when it comes out. But we definitely intend to give more time than is required under law, like we have each and every time we've done this.
Thank you. Please, go ahead. Sure.
Well, thanks. Just to build on your clarifying questions, Chair Marcus. About 8 and 10, roughly, of the comment letters we received requested that we let the emergency regulations expire. And so I would like to drill down a little bit before we get comment about what are the benefits of extending the emergency regulation. It's really more the regulation as opposed to the emergency in my review of things, but I'd like you to comment on what would happen to the reporting if the emergency regulations expired versus re-upped, and the prohibitions on wasteful use. And then I'd offer up, and so hold that thought, but I'd offer up that when you look at a compliance evaluation with the stress test numbers now, between now and May, and it's my understanding we're committing ourselves to coming back in May, the end of the water year, to revisit as part of this package. Between now and May, if it was relatively wet, comparing to 2013 levels would really reflect how much the public has internalized this idea that, that it's wasteful to irrigate when it's raining and within 48 hours of a rain. And I think we've seen internalization of those principles. And so I guess my opinion is that having the compliance element through May, I don't think places anyone at great risk because of the performance and what you're comparing yourself against. So again, if it were to expire, what are we missing out on? And does it make sense to keep the regulatory structure in place between now and when the long-term framework comes into play and the reporting goes on? Will we have a big interruption in the information and the management and the collaboration?
That's a great point, Board Member Moore. So, right, one of the key elements of this regulation all along has been the monthly reporting, which has provided some transparency and data that not only that we use, but other agencies use, that the public uses, that the media uses, and really helps build awareness, complementary to the way that the Save Our Water campaign is building public awareness of how much water is being used in urban areas around the state. And that monthly reporting is not a huge burden on the water suppliers, and we've been at it since 2014. And in order to continue having a full data record without any gaps in it, we do need that to continue so that we can, as you say, transition to the permanent long-term framework for water use efficiency and conservation, and be able to measure how well we're doing in a continuous way. If the board were to drop the regulation at this point, we would not be able to collect that monthly data as we have been doing, so there would be a gap. So that's one of the key elements of sustaining this regulation. It's not to impose undue or unreasonable requirements, conservation requirements on water suppliers that now have more than adequate supply and are no longer facing drought shortages, but it's to maintain this transparency, this data that is really valuable for many reasons. So that's one of the key elements. Likewise, with the specific prohibitions on wasteful water use, those are really designed to make sure that we're using water wisely in all conditions, drought or no drought, because it doesn't matter whether the reservoirs are full. There's no reason to be irrigating such that there's runoff into the streets and into the gutters, right? So this is part of, and many of those prohibitions are already in place locally in most parts of the state. So we're just making sure that this is uniform now and universal. And that's another piece that if the board were to abandon the regulation completely, those would no longer be in effect. So we would, again, have a gap until we can do a formal rulemaking that takes time to put those in as the governor has directed. So what we're proposing here is not so much an extension of an emergency regulation, but an extension of data collection, reporting, basic prohibitions that help us transition to the making conservation a California way of life element of fulfilling the Water Action Plan, building drought resilience, and overall just being prepared and using water more wisely. So that's really the crux of it in terms of what is the rationale for keeping this. And of course, if the spigot did shut off all of a sudden, we wouldn't be completely out of drought in parts of the state. So that's another consideration.
Board Member Moore, I agree with everything Max said, but add to that this is not based on expediency or avoiding a gap until permanent regulations are in effect. The drought emergency is still declared because there is still varying levels of emergency throughout the state. And as we saw last year, we had above 100% snowpack as of April 1st, and then that percentage per date dropped down somewhat rapidly, and so conditions can change quickly. So what we're doing with this is staying the course to stay in a position should conditions warrant it in any part of the state, let alone all parts of the state, that the structure remains in place. And all of the things Max said about continuity for the end user prohibitions and the reporting, but really to address the emergency we have right now. And as you saw from the arc, the not to scale arc of emergency regulations, this is a response to the current drought emergency that we are under. That's what I wanted to make absolutely clear. And we can come back in May if conditions warrant that, or we can let this go until October and not be on a February and May cycle if conditions warrant not coming back. Staff will be prepared to come back in May, or you can tell us to come back in May. Either one is fine.
I'm just, like you mentioned, it's the 270-day cycle that's kind of throwing a wrench in all this, because also by adopting for 270 days, people are concerned about the message that, this would put everyone under a compliance framework, maybe even in the event the governor is on the verge of declaring it's not an emergency. So we do want the credibility of this effort to be maintained, and I think by committing to coming back at the close of the water year, or the rainy season in May, we can put some concerns to rest out there as far as an unreasonable set of requirements. Thank you.
And I'll add to that, you make a good point. The regulation that the board's adopting, or the statute that the board's adopting the regulation under, provides that the board can make a finding that the conditions no longer warrant this. And so one of the preconditions is the governor's declared a drought emergency. If that were to go away, we do not have to leave this in place for the duration of the 270 days or even a long time at all. We can move nimbly on that if one of the preconditions goes away. So we're going to be very prepared for all those possibilities.
Right, but the idea would be that we'd still have that additional cycle on reporting, as you say, to help pave the way for efficiency standards.
Right, and just have the continuity of the information.
That's right.
Yeah, we'd be having a very different conversation today if the skies had remained clear, it was hot, and if conservation had dropped precipitously. So this is a good conversation to be having despite its complexity. All right, well, why don't we go to the comments? I have quite a few speaker cards, and I've seen other people come in, so I'm assuming there'll be more. So set the clock for 3 minutes, and we'll start. I'm going to give the first three, given in sets of 3. First is Gary Arendt from Valley Center, and next followed by Paul Helliker, presently Humboldt Bay, MWD, for the moment, followed by Jack Hawks from the California Water Association.
Good morning.
Mr. Arendt?
My name is Gary Arendt, and I'm the General Manager of the Valley Center Municipal Water District. I submitted a letter of comment. It's been suggested that I bind these into a memoir, and I'm going to entitle it Letters from the Fringe, My Communications with the State Water Resources Control Board. So I think this is 12th or 15th. I'm not sure. But thank you for the opportunity to speak. Our recommendation in the letter was to let the emergency order expire, and I'm here to reiterate that recommendation. Words have meaning, and unless they are overused or misused. Emergency means something's wrong, and we need to do something, and do something now, as in response to emergency. When Governor Brown from the meadow, the dry meadow, which is probably under 12 or 15 feet of snow now, when Governor Brown called for a statewide mandatory reduction of 25% and directed you all to implement that reduction, there indeed was an emergency. And even though we all chafed at how you did it, some of us did, we understood there was an emergency and we needed to respond. Now, and certainly by the 7th of February, it seems that there is no statewide drought emergency. If you extend the emergency order without there being an actual emergency, then you lessen the impact and meaning of the word emergency. If you continue to hold that California is still in a drought based upon isolated, or as Max said, pocket areas of the state, or overdrafted groundwater basins, which under SGMA recognizes could take 15 to 20 years to stabilize, we will always be in a perpetual drought emergency here in California. And I think that has certain social and economic ramifications to always be in a drought emergency. When there is another real drought emergency, then these words will have less impact or carry less urgency to the public. Beyond the issue of meaning, or what is meant by drought emergency, then their response was needed and important. If you extend the drought emergency regulations under the current and approaching hydrologic conditions, you risk lessening the impact and meaning of the words drought and emergency. Further, you risk damaging the credibility of your agency, DWR, and the rest of us at the retail level, because in every drought emergency that I've been through, 76, 77, 1991, 2008, 2010, the success has been because the public has responded and knew there was a real problem and they needed to do something about it. So our recommendation is to let these drought emergency regulations expire. I think based on the hydrologic conditions we face, that if we could extend these for regulatory or administrative issues and there's not a real drought emergency, I think the public becomes confused and won't respond the next time there is a real drought emergency.
Will you keep reporting your data to us?
If you ask us to, yes.
Mr. Helliker, followed by Mr. Hawks, followed by David Boland from the Association of California Water Agencies.
Good morning. While they're pulling up my slides, I did want to say that I played baseball as well as football, and I think I'm more prone to a baseball analogy. And really, I think what this is a situation is more like a Little League game where one side has built up so many runs by the third inning that the umpire calls the game. So that's what we're recommending today. Let's call the game. Let's say the drought's over. There's no more emergencies, so let's let the regulations expire. And you know, the governor directed you to prepare for the possibility of another dry winter. Well, it's not dry. It's the wettest year on record in the Sacramento Valley. San Joaquin Basin and the Tulare Lake Basin. 15 rivers were in flood condition last week. More will probably be so next week when we get 12 more inches of rain up on the north coast and probably 9 in the Sierra. And you've seen the snowpack information, so go to the next slide, please. Here's some definitions of drought, talking about what Gary was referencing. It's a period when there's little or no rain. So I don't think this qualifies as a drought anymore. And then more importantly, the reservoir storage right now is 17.92 million acre feet. That's today. That's compared to last year at 8.36 million acre feet, 110% of average. The 50% exceedance level for the Sacramento River runoff is projected to be 121% of average. So even if we don't get any more rain from today forward, we're still going to be in a great water storage situation.
But will we be in that same condition statewide?
That's 18 million acre feet statewide.
No, I know, but we're dealing with averages, and you've been quite critical of averages in the past, you know, looking at averages because everybody's different. So
all I'm saying is that we have 18 million acre feet of water in storage. That's not going to go away between now and June. In fact, it's going to get even bigger, especially if the snow melts.
But then we're actually going to let it go down to the delta, and it'll be less because we're going to prepare for floods.
Acre feet of water released for flood control purposes. So your 2.4 million acre feet of storage in your bucket, that's now down to 1 million that's been saved. So next slide, please. So here's where we are with percent of normal precipitation. This kind of builds on what Max presented in his slide. As you can see, over 100% statewide, even in Santa Barbara, and this number is just going to go up over the next few days. Next slide, please. We've seen these slides now 3 times, but the point I want to make here is 13, 14, and 15 are on these slides for the next 3 slides. We're already beyond precipitation levels during those 3 years of the stress test. So at this point, there's no possibility that any water agency is going to have any less water than they predicted in their stress test. So what's the point of continuing? There's really no reason to. Next slide, please.
Except Santa Barbara, because I just went to a drought task force meeting last month with them.
Santa Barbara. Let's stipulate Santa Barbara has dry.
So in other words, you know,
Chuma.
You can't just say it's all over because it's not.
Santa Barbara, good, do so. But there's no statewide drought at this point. Next slide, please. 30% above what the highest year was during the stress test for both the San Joaquin and the Tulare Lake basins. And then last slide, well, you've seen this too, so keep going, one more slide. And this just shows the rivers that were in flood stage as of last week. So when we've got flooding up on the north coast and you've got cows washing away, it's kind of hard to tell our people that we still have a statewide drought emergency and that they should continue to do what they've been doing. So like I said, it's about time to call the game. And let's move on to the long-term program. And I also want to mention that climate change is not an emergency. It's something we've been preparing for a decade now. Water agencies throughout the state have done analysis and planning to deal with climate change impacts, and every water agency that I've worked for has a plan in place of how we deal with what the future might be. So let's not talk about we're coming late to the game. We've been there, and we're prepared. And let's focus on that now and avoid this continued talk of drought emergencies,
And
please.
do you think that it's an issue more of labels, not necessarily action?
For what? Labels of what?
On, say the stress test and reporting, et cetera. Is it more of an issue of how it's labeled, long-term climate change planning? I mean, what, as opposed to drought? Does it get down to an issue of messaging?
You created these regulations in the context of a drought emergency. We responded. People in California responded. There's no longer a drought emergency. There's no more justification for these regulations. And in fact, if the governor were to rescind his drought declaration, they would go away. Mm-hmm. All regulations adopted under an emergency order become null and void when the emergency order is rescinded. So it's time to do that. I mean, we can talk about what makes sense in terms of ongoing reporting. We've all agreed that an annual report of supply and demand is essential to inform you, to inform our customers. So we're happy to move to that immediately.
Yeah, I think that's a key point, because I wanted to focus this less away from the messaging issue. You don't have to tell us that there's not a drought in half of the state. But we see an innovation that has occurred. We use the drought to do it, but together now we have a much better system statewide of accounting for water measurement. Prior to the drought, we were inadequate as a state in terms of a consistent, regular reporting of water use. I mean, they're localized. We were doing it here and there. It was uneven. So this was a value-added exercise that we all participated in, and we want to keep going. And so I'm interested in how we bridge from what the innovation that we developed together to the long-term framework. And what I see here is, again, the 270 days. If I had a choice, I would not have this hearing today. This would not happen until April or May, when we could really take stock in the water year and have less of a speculative discussion. But those points, we get the drought situation. What I'm interested in is the parts of the regulation that are useful to continue as far as the next few months, and then to dovetail with the long-term efforts that you're all helping us with.
Well, is monthly reporting necessary and useful is the question. Do we need it if there's no emergency? And let's have that discussion.
And as a reminder, the governor's executive order B3716 does require that the State Water Board make monthly reporting permanent.
And the
so I think
decision's
that
been made for the administration. Yeah.
Right.
And the governor will make the decision about when the drought declaration's over, not us. Just saying. Mr. Hawks, followed by Mr. Boland, followed by Danielle Blassett from the California Municipal Utility Association.
Thank you, Chair Marcus.
Good to see you.
Jack Hawks on behalf of the PUC-regulated water utilities. While we share many of the sentiments from the previous two speakers, our comment letter was a bit more circumspect. We actually answered the questions literally, assuming that the emergency regulation would be extended. And so we made recommendations that Max spoke to in terms of making adjustments to the emergency regulation, remove the mandatory reduction targets, apply the regulation on a regional basis to take into account just the vulnerable pockets that we've all seen today. Max said, in effect, that's what the staff proposal is going to do. We'll see, but we also took the other position, and that's partly why I said agnostic on that. I should on the card there, because we took both sides. You just heard the distinction between the drought being over and the drought emergency being over. What you said, Chair Marcus, in the New York Times article is accurate. We don't know about the drought yet, but I think we do know about the emergency. Again, caveating Santa Barbara and Tulare and a few of the pockets. The emergency is over. So there's a question as to whether the emergency regulation needs to be extended. We have to consider, and I really hope that the resolution for February 7th or whenever the actual hearing date is going to speak to the Chicken Little credibility issue, customer credibility. Any customer of ours that came up from the Bay Area this morning looked at the YOLO bypass and saw Lake Michigan out there, and they're
It's a thing of beauty.
It is
First time since 2005. It's wonderful.
We have to. The board has to address the customer credibility issue here about extending an emergency regulation when the emergency is pretty much over. We'll wait and see on the drought itself. So we spoke to that issue in our comment letter as well. And as far as the reporting is concerned, I don't really think that's an issue, that much of an issue. Paul feels a bit more strongly about that than I do.
He's felt strongly for 3 years about all of it.
But
yeah.
We've all gotten comfortable now providing these reports. We can handle that. We're going to have to handle it anyway at the end of the day. So,
Good question. Just again, as I said, open minds, and I found just listening and taking it all in is the most helpful way to do this. But so we extend the regs to do all the things that staff has explained is beneficial. We see where we are. We take stock at the the end of the season. But the current regs are pretty flexible, other than reporting and having to do the stress test. It doesn't mandate that any agency has to say anything to anyone. We've encouraged it. So why is it such a problem if you don't trump it?
We have customers out there, and they're seeing what's going on. And I think the resolution for the regulation in February is going to have to address the customers thinking about what they're seeing out here. I think that's the distinction.
Yeah, I just think
customer credibility.
Folks have done a good job at much more complex messages. You all, your members and others have done an amazing job of a much more sophisticated set of messaging than just stop, start. I really want to understand the problem.
Well, I've got one of my members going to come up and talk to you specifically about the direct customer interaction, but I think that's the dynamic here that's been missing, and it's going to have to be addressed if the state extends an emergency regulation when the emergency is pretty much over. So, thank you.
Thanks very much. Thanks for all your great work. Mr. Boland, followed by Ms. Blassett, followed by Jennifer Bryant from Helix Water District. Hi.
Thank you, Chair Marcus, and members of the board. I'm David Boland with the Association of California Water Agencies. I think a lot of the nuances have been unpacked already. I'm sure you're going to hear a lot more from a lot of folks about various perceptions about the level of the word emergency and whether or not that word is applicable any longer. Clearly, this question of the drought and how it's going to unwind and when is yet to be fully determined. I think it's clear that that water agencies have stepped up. The Californians have stepped up in a big way throughout the drought. It was kind of interesting to see the little arc imagery, and I compliment the staff on their constant innovations on graphical communications. I don't think that was at scale exactly in terms of how much percentage was attained at each level of the arc. And it is clear that there is some significant flexibility that the board has exploited and used creatively through the use of the emergency regulation in its life cycle. We have, in our comment letter, made it clear that we think it does need to be sunsetted at this point, let it no longer extend it for the next 270 days. It's clear that the next 270 days is going to show us a real a trend here that we'll be able to bank on. We think that if the skies do completely clear next week and we get no more rain anywhere else in California, we still had one of the wettest years on record almost statewide. Those little orangey patches, many of those may be rectified in the next week. So the question of how much water we've got in precipitation is sort of, again, sort of an academic, again, reasonable minds can differ about how we spin that information. The key point is that we've been managing through this successfully. We've got a track record. Staff has been clear about that. We've attained 22 point some odd percent statewide cumulative average, even under the voluntary program that we have now, for the most part with the stress tests. And yet this messaging of a crisis or an emergency is problematic for a lot of water agencies at sort of the retail level. So we don't disagree with the idea of continuing to submit information. There are mechanisms the board has for doing that without the emergency regulation. We are looking at doing that permanently anyway as part of the long-term policy that was alluded to, and there are plans even to institute rulemaking on that in the next few weeks and months by the Water Board. And so it seems like we need to just stay the course on that plan. Go ahead and admit to the way we've institutionalized our adaptations to drought in the last little while and make them part of the California way of life. And go ahead and just admit that this particular tool has outlived its usefulness and that we're moving on to making it fully a way of life as opposed to calling on sort of this nuanced term of emergency or nuanced finessing of the concept of emergency. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for sticking with us at every meeting and for your great work
David,
with Save Our Water. And Tam has a question.
I think, like my colleagues, I too am struggling to understand, and so I'm asking you to help me understand. When you say that water agencies are struggling to do, the messaging should the emergency regulations be adopted. Help me understand that, because given the flexibility of the regulations, you actually wouldn't be doing anything differently.
That's true.
So I'm really struggling to understand why there is this concern.
Yeah, I guess, and what was great about today is the fact that we were able to see this set up with the discussion about the drought status, and then also a discussion about Save Our Water, and the fact that the state is committed to a long-term program, and the citizens have stepped up in terms of delivering the goods on this idea that this is a permanent way of using water more effectively. But on the other hand, under circumstances of crisis, brown is the new green, buckets and showers, let the geraniums die.
You're not going to go out and say that.
Oh, and we're not saying that. But Californians, when they see the term emergency, or when they hear about this, when the press puts out the messaging on the decisions that the board makes about continuing on this regulation, many of those citizens are going to say, wait a second, our reality is very different from this. In fact, most people are not hosing off their driveways any longer. We know that.
But they won't go out and do it.
And as a matter of fact, we, in many cases at local level, have been adopting policies to enforce those kinds of regulations for a long time. The question is whether or not there's a statewide emergency that calls for intervention by the regulatory authority of the Water Board. And I think any honest reading of this from a local perspective, locally throughout the state, is they've got it in hand, even in those areas where they've got struggles, where they're continuing with struggles, Lake Cachuma, Santa Barbara County, Ventura County, they're messaging as appropriate at a local level. And that's what we're asking for, is to take this back over and make this
But why can't you do that appropriate messaging even with the regulation in place? It's a matter of, again,
we will, despite it.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and so actually, let me flip the question and ask, if the board were to not extend the emergency regulation, what would be your messaging? You go out and say the drought is over?
No.
We start watering your...
We're not going to get baited into that, whether the drought's over or not question. That has been kind of an interesting press argument, and there's some science and back and forth dueling science about whether or not the drought's over. That's not the point. It's whether we need to do an emergency response at a crisis level from the perspective of the governor standing in an empty field as it was in 2015. Or whether we are now to a new place, and we can all kind of admit to that and kind of lock in a longer-term program on the right local messaging for the continued water management commitments that we're making. And we believe we will make those commitments anyway, and we believe Californians will respond anyway. It's just a question of whether or not this is the right statewide policy at this point. And this question of credibility.
So you're suggesting we don't need a stress test anymore? I mean, that people have put in the stress test and they don't need it anymore. We don't need any regulations. I mean, we will eventually get them, hopefully, in permanent, but that tell people not to water when it's raining. They don't need that.
No, they're doing it already, and we're doing it already, and the stress tests are built into our planning processes. The water agencies were the ones that proposed that idea, and the idea is based on the water supply planning that we already do. And luckily, the state saw its way clear to embrace that as a model and impose that back on us. What we're saying is that we no longer need the state water board to impose practices that are now institutionalized.
So I have are you finished?
No, of course. Go
ahead. I have a request.
I'm just trying to move things when people are done, so please go ahead.
I have a request, and that is, Aqua's been just terrific to work with throughout this emergency situation, and especially on Save Our Water. And so my request would be that in the event that we move forward and stick with things, which I think that that's a good approach, that you work with our staff and Save Our Water on messaging, because that is one thing that I do agree with you on. I think that, which is why I was asking Paul Helliker earlier, does it get down to an issue of semantics and what it's called? We wouldn't want to call it something else. because we are still technically in a drought until the emergency order gets lifted. But how best to move forward on messaging that this is an important part of the planning process and the transition moving forward. And that's where I think we could probably use a little bit of help on messaging. And since you guys have been so terrific in the past, I'd like to extend that request to you.
And we're happy to do it. And we do work, of course, hand in glove with Save Our Water in terms of packaging, messaging that can be used statewide by water agencies. And in fact, they are using that messaging, and they've got a 2017 plan on that. So we will be certainly leading on that and helping with this question of communication.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
That's a great comment. I'll just echo Board Member Diadamo on that there's a different perspective on the semantics of it. This could be described as an administrative extension until the end of the rainy year, and where we'll revisit it and potentially expire it at that point. So, okay, thanks.
Ms. Blassett, followed by Ms. Bryant, followed by Dana Freihoff from the San Diego County Water Authority. Hello.
Hello, how are you? Chair
to see you.
Marcus, board members, good morning. Danielle Blassett with California Municipal Utilities Association. Our 40 water members serve water to over 70% of Californians. A lot of the points have been made this morning, so I won't repeat them, but our members have shown and demonstrated leadership in saving water during the drought emergency. And I wanted to come and definitely bring that point to your attention. And it has been an emergency, and we wanted to make sure to effectively communicate that. Customers stepped up. We all know that. But our member agencies do feel like it's important for the emergency regulation at this time to expire. We appreciate the move to a stress test approach, but at this point, our member agencies feel like it's time to move from an emergency type approach and emergency response to a more sustainable approach. I think a lot of what Dave Boland with Aqua said mirrors some of my comments today. We really need to move forward with the implementation of the governor's executive order. We're working collaboratively with the state board and other state agencies on that process, and we definitely think it's time to let the regulations expire. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Bryant, followed by Ms. Freehoff, followed by Valerie Nura from the California Chamber of Commerce.
Good morning, Chair Marcus and board members. I'm Jennifer Bryant, and I represent the Helix Water District. We serve over 270,000 customers through 56,000 connections in eastern San Diego County. Thank you for soliciting input and for your open minds for the opportunity to comment on the potential extension and modification of these current emergency regulations. As we saw earlier in the pie chart, last summer, over 84% of urban water suppliers completed the stress test and certified that they had adequate supplies to withstand at least another 3 dry years. These results provided confirmation that the majority of urban water suppliers had adequately planned for drought through both investments in alternative supplies and continuing conservation efforts. And since then, as has been mentioned earlier, water supply conditions have only improved, improving the supply outlook since the stress tests were initially completed. Even if no additional rain or snow falls over the next few months, the state as a whole is in a much better position than when the tests were initially completed. Locally, our Helix Water District customers have made permanent changes to their water use, changes that do not need emergency or other mandates to continue. Turf has been permanently removed, low-flow toilets have been installed, rocks and mulch and low water use plants have been installed as well. Conservation levels at our district remain high at 19%, even after self-certifying at 0%. Notably, this is in addition to the 19% our customers saved in the period between 2007 and 2014. We in San Diego County have not been in a reactive cycle, investing in alternative supplies, implementing drought management plans, and embracing conservation. To extend an emergency regulation when there is no emergency does strike at the heart of the credibility of our messaging to our customers. When our customers hear emergency, they hear higher water rates, and that causes panic and concern among our consumers. Therefore, we recommend that the board allow the emergency regulations to expire next month and focus instead on continuing to develop thoughtful, long-term water use efficiency regulations that take into account local supplies and demand. However, if the board does decide to extend the regulations, we support continuing to use the existing stress test approach, allowing agencies to update their supplies if warranted. We also support that the board returns in May to reevaluate the regulations to determine if a statewide severe drought emergency exists at that time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Morning. My name is Dana Freehoff. I'm with the San Diego County Water Authority, Water Resource Manager, Chair Marcus, members of the board. The Water Authority and its member agencies collectively submitted a comment letter and highlighted the reasons why we recommend, again consistent with many other comments, that the emergency regulation expire in February. We identified three main reasons that support this recommendation. The first one is the executive order clearly states that the board develop a proposal for extension of the regulation to prepare for the possibility of another dry winter. Even though we are only about 3 months through this rainy season, it is clear that we are not experiencing another dry year, and therefore extending the regulation, or we should let the extending the regulation therefore is not necessary. The second reason, and this is one you've heard, urban water suppliers throughout the state, including the San Diego region, have adequate supplies to meet demands and are not experiencing drought conditions. This is based on our investments in drought resilient supplies along with improved hydrologic conditions. And, you know, we do understand there are pockets of the state that are experiencing shortages, as you've mentioned, due to the overdraft of the groundwater basins. And we really support assistance in those areas to ensure they have a reliable water supply. But again, I don't know if that calls on a statewide regulation to be in place at this point. In regards to messaging, you've heard about the credibility issue. I know I constantly am talking to the media and they ask me, are we in a drought? They ask me, does the state have emergency drought regulations still in place? And again, if this doesn't expire, I will have to tell them that yes, we do have an emergency drought regulation in place, and they'll ask me, the next question will be is why? When they look at those supply conditions. So it puts me in a kind of an awkward situation in regards to replying to the media. And then the third reason is that the San Diego region, along with a number of communities, continue to embrace water use efficiency, even though we were not subject to the state mandated water use standards, and we will continue to embrace that effort. I think in the month of December, our water use was down 26% below the 2013 level through the region. And then cumulatively, June through December, we are 17% down. And we, again, will continue those efforts. In regards to the monthly reporting, you've asked questions on that. I think one of the important things that we're going to need to look at is to distinguish the difference between the information collected during an emergency situation and the information collected during a long-term permanent water use efficiency. For example, the 2013 baseline that we're now using. You know, moving forward, that probably is, well, it is not going to make any sense moving forward. So I think we need time to reset. You know, I know we've collected some great information. I think it's still important to collect that information, but we need to kind of reset things and move now to more of a long-term effort, which will come out through, you know, legislation or the rulemaking process. So again, appreciate your opportunity for comments, and I would hope that you would direct the staff to consider these comments received today and let the regulation expire. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, you know, thanks again, but I'm going to keep harping on this, you know.
But you're not going to argue with everybody all day, are you?
I might. I might. Y'all want to show up and fly and spend ratepayer money to fly here. I'm not sure, we're talking past each other a little bit here. You know, in terms of the monthly reporting, sure, you know, you can see what our staff does with the visuals and everything. We can use a different baseline. That's not the issue. The issue is consistent collection and reporting of data so that there's more transparency to water use in our state. And that's what we've accomplished together through this structure. And so I would look forward to comments, if not today in writing, about how we can keep those aspects of what is compelled of the water, you know, user community to report to the state. Something we've done collaboratively to date and successfully. And, you know, how we maintain that continuity in the interim period before the long-term framework is established. My guess is what we're doing now will be very similar to what the long-term framework looks like when it comes to this type of information. So this is an important aspect. It's an administrative question. It's not a question of whether it's an emergency regulation. It's emergency regulation. You know, it's all in how you say it.
Thank you.
Ms. Nira, followed by Katie Evans from the Coachella Valley Water District, and Ashley Metzger from the Desert Water Agency. Hi.
Hi, Madam Chair, board members. Valerie Nara for the California Chamber of Commerce. Now, we actually believe that the emergency regulations should expire. For businesses located in the northern part of the state, the emergency we're looking at now is more like flooding. Again, I liked going over the causeway, Lake Michigan. That's a pretty good description of that. Businesses stepped up and conserved water when y'all said there was an emergency. We turned off the taps. We changed our processes where we could. We bought new equipment. We invested in new landscaping and in new water-saving technology. Many of those changes and investments are permanent. They're not going away. We responded to the words emergency. Right at the moment, we don't believe that there is a statewide emergency for drought. Localized, yes, wouldn't argue with you there. So if you want to be credible for the next time you have an emergency and you want the business community to step up and make some changes and do some things, you have to be careful about having beginnings and endings to this. So we would recommend that you let the emergency regulations expire.
Thanks. Ms. Evans, followed by Ms. Metzger, followed by Elizabeth Lovestead from Eastern Municipal Water District.
Morning. Thank you. Katie Evans, Conservation Manager for Coachella Valley Water District. We appreciate having another opportunity to be here, and we do want to express our gratitude for the extensive opportunities to work with your staff over the last few years on a number of issues, and we have provided substantial feedback, which we've appreciated. We're dedicated to helping our domestic customers achieve their water conservation goals, as is evidenced by our investment of more than $6 million into conservation programs for the second year in a row. Further, we tightened our water budgets for our water budget-based tiered rate billing system by 25% permanently to encourage long-term permanent change in the Coachella Valley. Customers have stepped up, many at a great cost, to reduce their water use to record levels while faced with an emergency situation. We have put prohibitions in place against wasteful use. So regardless of the action that this board takes, whatever it may be when the time comes, we are committed to maintaining this. We are committed to managing our water supplies in a long-term and sustainable manner. As the local water utility, we have the responsibility to work diligently to ensure that the supplies that we have will meet our demands. And we take that responsibility very seriously. So when we're looking here at the staff proposal, we believe that this emergency isn't over. And I'll just kind of veer off for a minute to talk about labels, because I think that's been a very important thing today, and I really think it does matter. Dana spoke about the local media, and that is a huge issue for us. Consistently, we're asked, are we in an emergency? And while we're not going to go out and say, as you did, that we're in an emergency, we do get asked that question a lot. And in order to have the credibility and keep the good faith with our customers, we don't want to have to say yes to that question anymore. We want to continue to shift our focus to long-term permanent change. And that's the message that goes along with the governor's action plan, comes with our framework that we've been working on, and is in our own Coachella Valley water management plan. So yeah, labels do matter. It might be semantics, but it matters to us. So that all being said, we do believe that in an emergency situation, the stress test is an appropriate tool that should be used. And if you do continue the regulation, we would support continuation of the stress test. But as we heard from State Water, Save Our Water, we'd like to shift to evergreen messaging. And as Max mentioned, climate change is a long-term issue that we should really be focusing on. So we do urge you to focus on those efforts. And I do also want to speak to the monthly reporting. We have no problem continuing monthly reporting. And so if that means maybe letting this expire and creating a new regulation that says we will report monthly, we can do that. That's a task that we've got down. I think the data is important, and we're happy to participate in that. So thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Maybe we know even more about your issues, not just because you met with us, but your media has covered you so extensively. I almost feel like I know minute to minute what's happening in all of your board meetings.
Right, and it's, we have had that, I mean, it's been a lot of media, but it's drawn a great deal of attention to the issues in Coachella Valley, and I think we've made a huge amount of progress because of that. That being said, we've said emergency, 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 and we'd like to stop saying it and start saying long-term, change the way you live.
Way of life.
Thank you.
That's great. And on those points, are really good points. You don't have to answer now, but for our attorney to talk about emergency regulation versus regulation, because that's actually a staff workload issue, as I understand.
So emergency regulation is an Office of Administrative Law process. That's the parlance that they use, and under Water Code Section 1058.5, which is the board's authority for an emergency regulation, which is authority that's used more than just for drought emergency water conservation, but the board also has been directed by statute to adopt its fees through an emergency regulation process. So it's a process that the board goes through, and really other agencies as well use the emergency rulemaking process as identified by the Office of Administrative Law. And so what we're doing here is adopting a regulation that has limitations. In this case, under Water Code Section 1058.5, there are preconditions such as a declared drought emergency by the governor, which is still in effect, and the board would not be changing by adopting or failing to adopt an extended emergency regulation in February, and that it does certain things. And those regulations, as we've talked about several times already, only last for up to 270 days. In other contexts for other agencies, emergency regulations, which are regulations adopted through the emergency rulemaking process, last up to 180 days, and there's a limit on the number of times they can be extended. So it's a parlance question that comes up through the Office of Administrative Law. It's a process issue. I'm not going to be the one to tell you whether we focus on the word emergency or not. It is a regulation adopted through a specific process. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, and I hope that sinks in. To me too. That was helpful for me, learning all the time. But it's a process, and it's called emergency regulation, and it has certain characteristics. What I'm trying to highlight is what are the beneficial characteristics of this regulation that are useful to everyone, moving forward in a short time period, before maybe the governor does an action of some sort. So really getting down to a very wonky level about what's useful here as opposed to the messaging, what's the administrative process. So thank you.
Ms. Metzger, followed by Ms. Lovestead, followed by Carly Gaynor from the Western Municipal Water District.
Hello, Ashley Metzger with Desert Water Agency. Thank you for allowing us to be here today, having this workshop, and allowing us to come up time after time after time. We appreciate that you've heard our concerns.
Really?
Lots of frequent flyer miles.
Yeah.
And we're trusting that you will continue to trust us to keep up the savings, which is something that we've demonstrated, I think, at this point. We have done the stress test. We passed. We qualified for a 0% target. We are one of those in the sliver of the 36 who set our own target. We set a target of 10 to 13%, and since setting that target, our cumulative conservation is 20%. So even when we lower the bar, our customers continue to overperform at that level. It's important for us to keep the ball rolling. Many of the changes made were permanent, so it's not something that we see really regressing. Our community is transforming. As you may know, you've been to the Coachella Valley. There are a lot of areas that have high levels of grass. In Palm Springs, the modern look is starting to incorporate desert landscaping, and I think that's something that's really inspiring for us, and we want to continue to promote that. We're still expanding conservation programs, adding new ones on a regular basis, and also still enforcing water waste, and it's not because we have to. I think what really shines to me today is that this is an opportunity. It's an opportunity to allow our customers and the community to take credit for doing the right thing. doing X, Y, and Z because it's right feels a lot better than doing X, Y, and Z because you have to. And I think that sustainability, future generations, and conservation as a way of life are great motivation, and I really feel that people will embrace that. And I do think that the time for transition is now. We've seen a lot of drought fatigue, and it does become difficult when talking to media and to customers, and they ask these questions. They're inquiring minds, and they really, when you tell them that, yes, this is, technically we're still in a drought emergency, they kind of scoff at you. And I don't want to have that level of skepticism. I want to encourage the positive attitude that we have. So with that being said, certainly we would ask that the emergency regulations expire. Emergency regulations are for emergencies. And if not, we certainly support the stress test model, but when it's needed. And local water management decisions should be in local hands during times like this. So with that, thank you.
Thanks very much. Helpful. Ms. Lovestead, followed by Ms. Gaynor, followed by Drew Atwater from Moulton Miguel. Hi.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Lovestead, the Director of Water Supply Planning from Eastern Municipal Water District. Thank you for listening to me again today. As a lot of people have echoed, it's been a long road getting here. As you know, Eastern Municipal Water District promotes a strong culture of conservation in our service area, and our customers have repeatedly responded to the call for reducing water demand during this drought. Our cumulative water demand reduction is 18% from June of 2015 to December of 2016 when you compare that to 2013. That's on top of the significant water savings that we had prior to 2013. And a lot of this has been sustained even after we received a zero conservation standard in the June 2016 emergency regulations. We do support the long-term effort to define and set water use efficiency standards and long-term water savings targets. We also support the efforts to improve long-term water supply planning and shortage contingency planning. But today we respectfully submit that it's time to shift from the emergency and the near-term reactive emergency conservation to that long-term proactive approach to water supply planning and water use. You've heard a lot about how conditions have improved across the state, and I think it's important. I'm going to echo the comments of others. It is important for our customers to hear that they've done a great job. The emergency's over. It's time to move to more of a conservation way of life. And the emergency regulations have been an excellent tool to kind of, get people's attention and get them motivated. And I think we also want to preserve that so that if they're needed again, if we need to call for extreme conservation again in the future, we preserve that credibility by when the emergency's over, we end the emergency regulations and the mandatory conservation standards. We do support continuing to report monthly. We do that now. We support continuing the drought, the restrictions on water waste. We've had those in our administrative code for decades, and so we think those are good continued efforts. But we really think at this point the emergency is over. Our customers don't understand the beginning and the ending of the water year. They understand that it's rained, and it's rained a lot, and there's a lot of snow, and they don't understand why we would have an emergency when it doesn't look like an emergency. And so we respectfully ask for you to, in the emergency regulations today, move towards a more long-term approach to conservation, move towards those water efficiency targets, move towards that annual reporting of supply and demand so that we have a good picture of where everybody is in their, for some long-term. Thank you for the opportunity to provide input, and we look forward to continuing to work with you as we implement long-term regulations.
Thank you. Ms. Gaynor, followed by Mr. Atwater, followed by Joe Berg from MODOC. Yeah,
Hi,
they
good morning.
come in pairs. See, sorry. Yeah.
My name is Carly Gaynor, and I'm the Water Planning and Policy Manager for Western Municipal Water District. Western appreciates the opportunity to provide comments regarding the board's consideration of an extension of the emergency regulations. Western's board and staff recognize the need to be prepared, be proactive, and engage with customers when the situation requires. We understand that water conditions throughout the state are ever-changing, but we feel the credibility with our customers will be undermined if we remain in the current restrictive course. It is time for, and the conditions support, a course correction. Prior to the drought declaration, Western's customers were already on a path for more efficient water use. With the adoption of a water use efficiency master plan in 2009 and our budget-based rates in 2011, our customers reduced per capita water use by 30%. After the governor's declaration, they achieved an additional 23% reduction. And then following the adoption of the stress test methodology in May of 2016, Western demonstrated that we have ample supplies to meet demands through a theoretical drought conditions if necessary through 2019. Since certifying the need for zero mandatory conservation, our customers have not gone back to excessive use. Instead, they have cumulatively maintained 15% lower than the 2013 base period. Western believes that our customers are water aware, continue to demonstrate model water use behaviors, and deserve a break from the conservation standards. The statewide emergency is over. We owe it to the water users of California to proceed down a path of efficiency framework and develop appropriate and meaningful shortage contingencies when and if they're needed in the future. Although California is not completely out of the drought, we are no longer in an emergency, and the regulations should be rescinded, and our collective efforts should be focused on the future efficiency. And going a little bit to the message out there of being in an emergency, to reiterate what Elizabeth said, we feel that we should tell our customers that they did a good job and that kind of step back a little bit with our constant messaging to them. So then when we do have these future emergency regulations or another future drought, we can come back at them and say, you did a great job before, let's do it again. So again, with the future emergency or future framework and the great job that they've done, we should step back a little bit and so they're prepared again in the future. So Western's board and staff looks forward to future collaboration efforts to make water efficient use and not mandatory conservation a California way of life. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Atwater, followed by Mr. Berg, followed by Greg Bundesen from Sacramento Suburban.
Thank you. Drew Atwater, Director of Planning at Molten Lake Water District. We appreciate both the collaborative process with staff and the board over the past few years. Molten Lake Water District's supportive staff recommendation. We think that it accounts for a lot of the local issues that we've seen across the state. There's a wide variety of hydrologic situations throughout the state. But as both staff and the board has noted over the few years, the emergency regulation itself has limitations in terms of the data, and it's been an imperfect tool, but it has been broadly successful in meeting the objectives over the last few years and improving efficiency throughout the state. But it does highlight the need for a long-term approach to efficiency in the state and to both avoid rebounds or at least limit them. And so from that, we see a need to continue this self-certification methodology that at least allows for local conditions. And one of the things I think that is valuable in terms of a messaging standpoint that hasn't been talked about is the fact that agencies self-certify maybe at zero, and most agencies have, but a lot of agencies have voluntarily chosen a higher bar for that, which I think has been very successful from a messaging standpoint to the public, that there is a need to continue conservation and maintain efficient usage statewide because of longer term issues and the need to have a more long-term strategy towards conservation due to situations in climate change and the Colorado and the structural imbalance there. And so with that, I think that the approach that's provided considers the local issues. We're under the metropolitan umbrella and we'll continue our zero self-certification, but we think that efficiency is important, and we think that maintaining that and continuing the emergency regulation actually reduces confusion through the next few months as it rains, and having customers continue to keep their timers adjusted and reduce water usage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Burke, followed by Mr. Bundesen, followed by Jennifer Burke from the City of Santa Rosa. Hi.
Chair Marcus, members of the board, I'm Joe Berg, Director of Water Use Efficiency for the Municipal Water District of Orange County. And yesterday when I checked the weather report to make my trek up here, I realized I need to have a raincoat. As I was approaching the Sacramento airport, I was thinking maybe I should have brought my life jacket. There is a lot of water out there. I'd like to break my comments into two parts. The first part I'll focus on the response to the questions that were posed prior to the workshop, and then my second component will be on the staff proposal. So as many others have said, we do believe that the emergency regs should expire. I believe that the statewide drought emergency has ended, and that would be a good message to send to the public. We're not only meeting our demands, but last year we put significant amounts of water back into storage, and we anticipate putting even more into storage this year. So all that great long-term planning that we've done to prepare is actually working very, very well. Orange County continues to maintain very high levels of water conservation, and we anticipate that will continue. We're not concerned about a real quick rebound. As history shows, that rebound never goes back to where demands were before, and it takes several years to experience. Regarding the drought monitor, it is a tool that is informative, and it shows where there are areas of the state still in drought, but it does not take into account what the water supply conditions are for the agencies. And so transitioning over to the staff proposal, we do believe that a stress test approach is a much better approach than the previous approach of percentages ranging from 4 to 36%. The stress test takes into account your local conditions, and that is a big improvement over what we had in the past. If the state were to maintain some sort of regulation, perhaps it could be limited to areas that are still in drought. For example, Santa Barbara. And then secondly, in my last comment, is that if the regs are extended, limit it to the time frame that gets us to that May that we've been hearing about. Also sending a very positive message to the water agencies and the public. And at that time, the state board can either let it expire or reconsider the next steps at that time.
Thank you. Mr. Bundesen, followed by Ms. Burke, followed by Devin Upadhyay from Metropolitan Water District.
Marcus, thank you so much for allowing me to come up today. I represent Sacramento Suburban Water District, an eastern suburb serving about 178,000 people here in Sacramento. And we recommend that the State Water Resource Control Board allowed the current emergency regulations to expire in February 2017. We recognize that some limited areas of the state may still face potential water shortages in 2017 and urge the State Board to focus on those communities that require assistance in meeting those water needs. In May 2016, the State Board adopted emergency regulations that focused on a demonstration by water suppliers of whether they had adequate supplies to respond to additional dry years. Unfortunately, this new standard was widely misrepresented as backsliding from the prior mandatory conservation targets when in fact it represented sound water management approaches given improved conditions. In light of current hydrological conditions, there's no justification to consider a return to mandatory conservation targets on a statewide basis. Instead, the most productive action would be to shift our focus to developing a credible long-term approach to planning for drought and improving water use efficiency over time. Since the enactment of the state-mandated water conservation targets in June 2015, district customers have saved 27.3%. During the period of June 2016 to date, the district set a voluntary water conservation goal of 10%, and customers saved 22%, demonstrating the district's ability to aggressively conserve in times of real or potential shortages. We are well situated to respond quickly if our region or the state should return to severe drought conditions in the future. In addition, our district has conjunctively banked over 200,000 acre-feet of water in our local groundwater basin over the past 15 years, representing approximately 6-year supply. Furthermore, the state's current water supply conditions, including flood control releases from major reservoirs, highlight the necessity of embracing all of the actions in the California Water Action Plan. For example, expanding water storage capacity and promoting safe and effective water transfers to allow California to take advantage of these recent storms. To truly prepare for the effects of climate change, the state needs to implement a portfolio of solutions in which conservation is one important action among many others. Thank you so much for your time today. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Ms. Burke, followed by Mr. Apatahe, followed by Danielle Morse from South Tahoe Public Utility District.
Good afternoon, Chair Marcus and members of the board. My name is Jennifer Burke, and I'm the Deputy Director of Water and Engineering Resources for the City of Santa Rosa Water Department. I'd really like to thank you for the opportunity to provide comments here today on the potential changes to the emergency regulation. We really appreciate the board's leadership and the State Water Board staff's work on the emergency regulation these past years, and really appreciate your willingness to consider our comments and suggestions on the emergency regulation. Our letter also recommended that the emergency regulation be allowed to expire in February. And similar to the comments made above, we support a lot that's been stated. So I thought I'd just focus a little bit on our region. Santa Rosa has a longstanding commitment to conservation and water use efficiency, and we're fully committed to continuing to implement our many innovative water conservation programs. Since 1996, our total annual gallons per capita per day water use has been reduced by 46% from 162 GPCD to 87 GPCD this most recent calendar year. And even with the stress test resulting in Santa Rosa no longer having a conservation standard, our community reduced water use by 24% compared to the 2013 baseline. Our water supply comes from the Sonoma County Water Agency, which gets their water from Lake Sonoma and Lake Mendocino. Last year and again this year, both reservoirs have reached maximum water supply capacity and have encroached into the flood pool, requiring major water supply releases. As of yesterday, even after significant releases from both Lake Sonoma and Lake Mendocino, Lake Sonoma was at 119.8% of the water supply capacity, again requiring releases, and Lake Mendocino is at 120.1%. Additionally, rainfall in our area for the second year has been above average. Currently, we are at 30.09 inches of rainfall, which is 203% of average rainfall for the water year. So we are also concerned about the confusion messaging and maintaining credibility with our customers. Like others have mentioned, we also get calls from our local media, and they ask us, are you in drought conditions? It's a very difficult story to tell, especially when we recently had major flooding in the Russian River area. Over the years, we have had various water supply shortages in 07, 08, and 09, again recently during these drought years, and we responded by implementing our urban water shortage contingency plans, and our customers stepped up and achieved the reductions we were asking for. We would suggest that in our region, we're no longer in emergency drought conditions, and that the state rescind or allow the emergency regulation to expire and allow agencies to use their urban water shortage contingency plans if needed. We would also state that should the regs continue, we ask that the existing stress tests be allowed to be in place and not be required that we submit additional data unless agencies would like to. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
On that point, Max, you mentioned, that the proposal or the straw proposal at this point would give folks the option, those who had percent reduction targets to go to zero. But for those that are at zero, could they just rely on the existing information?
They could, but if they wanted to send us updated information to just provide the state with the latest and greatest, they could do that as well.
Great, thank you. Mr. Apatahe, followed by Ms. Morse, followed by Chris DeGabriel from North Marin Water District.
Good morning, Chair Marcus.
Morning.
And,
thanks for coming up.
Members of the board. My name is Devin Upadhyay. I'm the manager of water resources at the Metropolitan Water District in Southern California. I want to thank you for holding this hearing as you consider the emergency drought regulations. The regulations were put in place in the depths of one of the most severe droughts that we've seen. As a result, Metropolitan and many agencies around the state responded with conservation programs that were unprecedented, messaging and outreach, and water resource actions. Your regulations actually evolved that in a way that allowed member agencies to certify their supplies that are available to meet demands, and we supported that evolution, particularly because it recognizes the fact that conditions around the state with different cities and different agencies may be different. Now, in our region, 2016 actually marked a significant departure from the drought trend. We were able to maintain deliveries on our Colorado River aqueduct system. We also received a 60% state water project allocation that was equivalent to what we had seen in the last 3 years combined. Now, on top of those improving supply conditions, we continued to see deliveries to our member agencies that were about 500,000 acre-feet lower on an annual basis than they were a decade ago. So those things combined allowed us to actually increase our storage reserves for the region in calendar year 2016. In addition to that, you heard earlier from MODOC, we were actually able to deliver a little more than 200,000 acre-feet to local groundwater basins to improve replenishment conditions for those basins. So our supply conditions were getting better in 2016. Now, I realize we're early in 2017, but we already know, based on the conditions we have now, that we are actually going to be replenishing regional storage reserves again in 2017, marking a consecutive second year where we'll be increasing storage levels. In fact, we've invested billions of dollars in infrastructure to be able to take advantage of years like this. As we speak right now, our inland feeder tunnel is moving water from the State Water Project down to our Diamond Valley Lake Reservoir in Riverside, capturing supplies. And we also anticipate that just around the corner, we may be receiving surplus supplies on the State Water Project known as Article 21 deliveries for the first time in 6 years, so a significant change. Finally, we may also be increasing our storage levels in our Lake Mead banking program on the Colorado River system, which is also a significant change from what we've seen in the last few years. These conditions are different than when you initially implemented the emergency regs. Our messaging has to recognize this. We're not in an emergency condition, and we would prefer that your board let the drought regulations expire. Rest assured, however, that agencies like ours are going to continue to take actions to improve supply conditions and increase customer awareness on the value of water. Just last week, our board actually approved an increase in funding for an outreach and messaging campaign that will run through the springtime, focusing on increasing consumer awareness, not as an emergency action, but just as good resource planning for Southern California. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'd noticed the strong messaging, even as all the media was calling and asking if the drought was over. I appreciated it. Okay. Ms. Morse, followed by Mr. DeGabriel, followed by Alan Carlisle from Padre Dam.
Morning, or almost good afternoon. My name is Danielle Morse, and I am the Water Conservation Specialist for the South Tahoe Public Utility District. And please forgive the repetition of what you're going to hear, but I'd like to thank Chair Marcus and the members of the board for this opportunity to provide comments on the emergency regulation. The South Tahoe Public Utility District is in agreement with the responses and recommendations provided by the Association of California Water Agencies in a letter dated January 12, 2017. We believe the board should allow the emergency conservation regulations to expire, as we are no longer in a statewide drought emergency and more than 40% of the state of California is no longer experiencing drought conditions. I realize the governor has yet to lift the statewide drought emergency, but I think that what you see on the ground is drastically different in most parts of the state. We believe that you should instead focus your efforts on areas that require assistance in meeting the water demands of their community. Our agency has had a water conservation program and water restrictions in place to reduce use and curb waste, and we have enforced such restrictions for over a decade. Our community has long embraced a conservation lifestyle, as evidenced by our cumulative water savings of 32.5% since our program began in 2007, and 14% savings comparing 2013 to 2016. And all of this was done in the absence of a water shortage emergency. We have never experienced that in these drought years in our area. We have had a stable water supply. One thing I'd like to mention, because there has been a lot of talk about the importance of terminology and the effects on the public of using the word emergency, And I can tell you, as someone who works with the public every single day, that they do listen very closely and very attentively to the words that our governing bodies use, and they take that to heart. And I can give you an example of why this terminology is not going to work going forward with the amount of precipitation that we're seeing. I recently received criticism from one of our customers for spending ratepayer dollars to advertise conservation messaging when we have 5 feet of snow on the ground in Tahoe. So, our community, even though we didn't have a water shortage back when things were extremely dry, they recognized that it truly was an emergency, and they did anything extra that they could to save on top of what we've been asking them to do for 10 years. Now, to say emergency in my mind would be to cry wolf a little bit. They don't see the emergency in the local conditions in most areas of the state. I do realize there are certain pockets, but overall, the public wants to feel that they have confidence in their governing body. And I think if we continue to go forward and ask them to conserve more, would be to threaten the credibility of our agency. So with that, thank you for your time.
No? All right. Mr. DeGabriel, followed by Mr. Carlisle, followed by Richard Harris for Olivenhain and Rainbow. Hi.
Good morning. Thanks for the opportunity to address you this morning. My name is Chris DeGabriel. I'm the General Manager of the North Marin Water District. I'm also the Chair of the Technical Advisory Committee to Sonoma County Water Agency, and with that comes the privilege of being the spokesperson for the Sonoma Marin Saving Water Partnership. You've gotten our letters. I won't repeat all the statistics, but our position and request is that the regulation either be left to expire or be rescinded at this time. And I'm going to kind of talk a little bit about what the staff proposal says, that drought is a function of impacts which may be local, and it is local. So right now, North Marin Water District and our Sonoma Marin Saving Water partners are flush with water. We don't receive any runoff from snowpack. We don't rely on groundwater. It's surface water. Our region does a really good job of sharing those resources, but we don't have an opportunity or ability. There are no physical facilities to share it with other areas of the state. I think it was either Max or Eric or Dave said that it's the governor's prerogative to rescind the executive order. So I'm asking that you advise and urge the governor to rescind the executive order. Another element in Max's presentation showed Heather Cooley's water cycle, and it included a panic slide. I reflect that in 2014, when my colleague from Marin Municipal Water District and I appeared before the Marin County Board of Supervisors, the message was not to panic, but to participate in these water saving programs, and our community did just that. So our water use, we don't expect it to rebound to pre-drought levels. The elasticity is tightened each time we go through one of these periods. Anyone from Santa Barbara or any other area that is in need of water is welcome to come to Marin County and North Marin Water District, fill up their bucket and take it home with them. So in any event, rather than the levity, it is difficult to communicate with the press because they will push and they want to hear that there's not a drought when in fact there is a drought. It just doesn't apply to our local region. So we'd like you to remove North Marin and our Sonoma Marin partnership from that drought designation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Carlisle, followed by Mr. Harris, followed by Tom Compston from El Dorado Irrigation District. Hi.
Good morning, Chair Marcus and board members. Good to see you again. Thank you for this opportunity. Appreciate it. We really do. I'll be short and to the point. We do respectfully request that you rescind the emergency conservation regulations, not only for the areas of the state that have significantly improved hydrologic conditions, but also equally important for those regions like the one my agency is in that have made significant investments and have developed local resilient supplies. However, should the board wish to continue or wait to reevaluate conditions, we believe maintaining the current stress test evaluation self-certification is appropriate. I do want to thank the staff and the conversation that we've had about the moniker emergency, and perhaps we can figure out a way to continue the data acquisition that we think is so valuable and support fully and would continue to provide, and the permanent end user prohibitions that we think are critical as well. Perhaps there's a way to do both. You know, we can solve both issues for the retail agencies that have to talk with our customers about what an emergency is and what's not, but still have those components of the regulation that are so valuable to our ongoing efforts. So maybe we can get there. I want to leave you with 2 points. One is in regard to this entire drought response. This has been an incredible few years. I've never been to Sacramento so often. But as a GM of a Southern California water district, I can tell you that without question, our citizens have changed the way they view and use water, and this is a great thing. The end user prohibitions are now a permanent part of our administrative code. They are firmly secured as a way of life for our district. That's a great thing. And this is evident by the fact that even with a self-certification of 0%, our customers are continuing to conserve at the 23% level, which is phenomenal. So there's a silver lining. There's a positive change in the hearts and minds of our citizens here in California. The last point I want to leave you with is regard to continued regulations. Our hope is that you truly see the answer to California water issues and that they can't solely be found in conservation alone, that it is a multiple faceted approach, that supply diversification and the development of new local supply, drought resilient supplies is a critical part of that long-term solution. We're developing an advanced water purification program right now at our district. It's critically important, but we just want you to recognize that. So again, thank you for allowing me to address the board. Thank you for the continuing dialogue.
Thank you. Mr. Harris, followed by Mr. Cumpston, followed by Thomas Haglund from Tuolumne Utility District.
Madam Chair, thank you. Richard Harris today, representing the Lebanon Municipal Water District and Rainbow Water District, both in North
We've been on this water thing for a long time together, haven't we?
Yeah, a long time, and we finally got it to rain, so good job.
Yeah,
I'm here
right.
to thank you for
it's like 30 years, I think.
I do have that recycling hat on, not right now, but wait, I'm going to get to the end of my remarks. I want to associate my remarks with everybody that I liked, but then we'll go to your, I want to discuss what you're talking about in the regulations. Clearly, these districts think that there's no need to extend the emergency regulations, would like them to go to the wayside. I think this messaging about emergency is really key here. But if you do move forward, let's continue the stress test approach as recommended, continue supply and demand approach, and let's don't have an arbitrary statewide conservation standard anymore. Let's talk about messaging for a point. You made a really good point that you had to do the regulations you did based on the administrative procedure that is required and is called an emergency regulations. And it's somewhat like, in my mind, listening to all this, the emergency small e, if you will, became emergency all caps. And the all caps is what we all use statewide to get us where we did. And we've had victory. We really have. And obviously that, and it's not just from the rain, we really did a good job. But now where you are is you want to still continue that information gathering and some of the good work that you've done. But the emergency seems to have gotten in the way. Clearly with the public, declaring there is still an emergency is just a fallacy. So instead, figure out a way to use your emergency regulations in a small emergency to get you to an interim point, because that's really what you want. You want interim regulations where you can still have the reporting and you can still have the restrictions that the districts are using and relying on and got us to where we are. But in that interim, then you're going to get us to where we all want to get to, which is this long-term conservation as a way of life. So I think if you look at the messaging that you've heard from all of these people and the trouble that the all caps emergency has given all of us, look, we declare victory. That emergency is over. The drought continues. In many ways will continue forever because that's how we plan for water in this state. With my other hat on, obviously recycling is a major point of that. Drought-proof water supply is obviously very major. But let's then just, so the public knows, you have the opportunity to say, that emergency is over, but we're still going to have regulations in place. We still want the data. We still want to be doing the right things as governments, and then we're going to work towards that long-term solution. So just a thought from listening. I love the workshop. I have to tell you, workshop situations, really, it's wonderful. And as a board, the fact that you use them so effectively, I think, speaks to the credibility of the agency. So it's great. So thank you.
It does help to be able to, outside a decision-making contest, try everybody's arguments on for size. So it is helpful. Oh, wait, let me, time check. I still have a number of cards. My estimate, if folks stay on time, and we need to have conversation. What? Oh, is that we had another 30 to 40, no, it's fine. Everybody has to come, and everybody has to say what they have to say. Oh, hi. So I estimate that we have another 40, 45 minutes. We could keep going, sometimes we do, to try and finish by 1. We could also take a short break, or we could take a short lunch break to keep blood sugar up. I'm agnostic, so I want to poll my colleagues.
I'm okay. I just took a break.
Your preference? Okay. I think we're going to keep going, so then I do need some. I'll just send it. How odd that I'm the one who needs something. That's really, I didn't plan as well this morning as I normally do. I know, I usually do the death march. I'm sorry about that. Mr. Cumston, followed by Mr. Hagland, followed by Sean Bigley from the city of Roseville.
Morning, or good afternoon, Chair Marcus, board members and staff. Like the previous speaker, I want to distinguish between the discourse we have in this room and the public discourse. In this room, everyone can appreciate the fine points of monthly reporting and stress tests and flexibility and other regulatory details, but the public can't. And what the public sees, or at least what I fear they are going to see, is state regulators insisting against all of evidence that they can tell that we're still in a statewide emergency that requires state regulation and involvement and control. So I'm asking you to put aside our discussion about messaging and policy details for a moment and ask yourselves the same question the public will ask. Is this really a drought emergency compared to 2014, 2015, or even last year? What the public sees is full reservoirs and a massive snowpack. The public may know that groundwater is a different story, but we all know that groundwater was in deficit before this drought started, and it will be long after this drought is over. And in my agency, where we have 100% surface water supplies originating in the American and Cosumnes rivers, and where Folsom Reservoir and Sly Park Reservoir are spilling, our public sees absolutely no emergency. And this is really the main point I want to make to the board here. Public cynicism about government is at an all-time high. It's a serious problem, and I would argue, drought aside, it's the most serious long-term problem that we face as public servants. Our customers' cynicism about its government's intentions and, frankly, our government's competence is only going to grow if the State Water Board continues to act at this point as if the entire state is still in the grip of an emergency. And notwithstanding the discussions we have here about the fine points, that is how an action will be seen if this regulation is extended. In my neck of the woods, it is a very stiff and uphill battle to earn and keep our customers' trust and their respect. And I simply do not believe that wonky explanations about how an emergency is not really an emergency is going to help us on that front. I don't believe it's going to help the State Water Board either. And so I ask you to consider that when you take action next month. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hagland, followed by Mr. Bigley, followed by Evan Jacobs from Cal-Am and the Cal Water Association.
Chair Marcus and members of the board, good afternoon. My name is Thomas Hagland. I am the general manager of the Tuolumne Utilities District, serving residential, business, and agricultural customers in Tuolumne County. This year, even after self-certifying an adequate local water supply, the district conserved approximately 24% of its 2013 baseline water use, demonstrating a long-term commitment to water conservation. TUD comes now urging the board to let the emergency regulations expire. The exigency of circumstance that originally gave rise to the emergency regulations imposed by gubernatorial executive order no longer exist. And given this fact, we must recognize that we are now obligated to retreat back down that continuum of emergency management and re-engage ourselves in a more deliberative process that establishes new conservation paradigms, not by edict, but by process. The board has served the state well in managing years-long water crises, but the crises have abated very substantially, even if not fully ended. We respectfully disagree with your staff's conclusion and recommendation that the emergency regulation be extended, including their reasons for making that recommendation. As I have already noted, the magnitude of the dire water circumstance that forced imposition of the extraordinary emergency regulation no longer exists. Now the board should turn itself more fully to vetting the various issues associated with review and thoughtful implementation of a more comprehensive statewide water conservation approach based on its report, Making Water Conservation a California Way of Life. In doing so, the board should incorporate dynamic public education, the vetting of ideas and new approaches, and the inclusiveness of debate that define our democracy. While we do not believe that the emergency regulation should be extended, should the board determine to extend the emergency regulation, the Tuolumne Utilities District advocates for water conservation approaches that fundamentally reinforce the following. Maintain self-certification of local water supply as contained in the existing emergency regulation. Incorporate a regional approach that considers the specifics of local watersheds when formulating recommendations on conservation. Support local control. The board should opt for means and measures that encourage water conservation by way of reinforcing local control. For instance, the Tuolumne Utilities District has long utilized its own conservation programs to achieve water savings during periods of localized drought without state intervention. I'm 10 seconds from finishing. TUD advocates the board wait until after the April 1st snow survey before promulgating any long-term extension or more stringent modification to the emergency regulations. And in conclusion, we strongly urge the board to let the regulations expire. And we are supportive of monthly reporting. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bigley, followed by Mr. Jacobs, followed by Bethel Hasso for Cucamonga Valley Water District.
Right. Well, good morning, Chair Marcus and board. Sean Bigley with the City of Roseville. Roseville did submit a comment letter ahead of this workshop, and we believe based on our improving conditions here in the Sacramento region that the emergency regulation should be allowed to expire. However, we do appreciate that the board needs to make a decision based on conditions in other parts of California. We think it's prudent also to see how this water year continues to evolve and base whatever decision you ultimately make on that data that comes through. In terms of the overall approach, we again believe it's important to account for local water conditions. That's a key piece of this effort. But I do want to speak in terms of something a little different in terms of the idea of bandwidth and where we want to focus with respect to the city of Roseville. So in a broader sense, the city of Roseville has and always will be focused on long-term water supply reliability and focused on preparing for the next drought and being ready for that. What we'd like to see the state of California ultimately do is shift beyond this emergency posture, ultimately towards looking at the next drought in partnership with local water agencies, which is consistent with the California Water Action Plan. So this means really that this would allow us to go beyond just the notion of emergency conservation, but also put an equal or greater effort into developing water infrastructure in the state. Both locally and regionally, to prepare for that next drought and become more drought resilient in the future. For the city of Roseville, we have a recycled water system. We've actually realized the benefit of that system, and we'd like to spend our efforts and our bandwidth within our agency to actually start focusing in that regard, unless in an emergency context. So in addition to advancing water use efficiency, the development of infrastructure should be a key priority of the state of California at this point. And we are hopeful that perhaps we can transition beyond this drought emergency and apply the state and local agencies' limited bandwidth in that regard. So again, we thank you for the opportunity today to comment, and we again would like to see the drought regulation expire, but again, we understand what you folks need to consider in terms of this decision. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for all your creative work, too. Mr. Jacobs, followed by Ms. Alhasso, followed by John Woodling from the Regional Water Authority.
Hi. Madam Chair, board members, Evan Jacobs, California American Water External Affairs and Chair of the California Water Association Public Policy Committee. I wanted to just spend a couple minutes giving you all kind of the view from the field and what's going on out there. My company is in the middle of its PUC application process, and we've had many opportunities in the last 45 days to have public meetings and public hearings in different parts of the state. I've been in Sonoma County last week, Sacramento region, Ventura County last night. We had meetings down there. And I think what we're hearing from our customers and what we're seeing from our customers is that they are having personal experience. They are seeing the drought end, they're hearing the rain, they're seeing the impacts of it. So they have a high level of personal experience of seeing what's going on hydrologically in this state right now. They don't have that same level of technical expertise, policy expertise that those of us here in the room do. I think the danger that we are in and what we need to consider as we move forward is how do we maintain our credibility and capitalize on all the gains we've had with our customers in the past year and a half. I think it's really important to maintain that credibility, that we're honest with them, that the nature of the emergency is changing in many parts of the state. It's actually done and over. So I think that's the challenge that we need to grapple with as we look at renewing these. And it's certainly a challenge, but remember that our customers in many parts of the states are seeing this drought come to an end for the time being. So I wanted to provide that thought, and otherwise thank you all for all the good work.
Thank you. Thank you, too. Ms. Alhasso, did I pronounce it right? Fix it for me. Sorry, I know I should know.
It's a silent H, but there's no way you would know that, so it's
Olasso?
Olasso.
Olasso, that's a nice name.
Ask.
And you'll be followed by Mr. Woodling and Joel Metzger from Calaveras County.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. Again, Beth Olasso on behalf of the Cucamonga Valley Water District. For brevity's sake, keep it short and echo the comments of Mr. Boland and others and urge the board to let the conservation measures lapse in the coming months. To protect credibility, we're ready to switch over to a long-term water use efficiency message. If you do choose to extend the conservation measures, we support continuing with the stress test and look forward to working with you on long-term measures after we see how the water year ends. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Woodling, followed by Mr. Metzger, followed by Jamie Miner from the Santa Margarita Water District.
Can I have her extra time?
Huh? No, absolutely not.
Good afternoon.
I might dock you a minute just for asking.
Yeah, I know. Going down. Good afternoon, Chair Marcus, board members. You've heard from a number of speakers, most more eloquent than me, that the hydrologic and water supply conditions do not justify an emergency that requires state intervention, and urging you to let the regulations expire. I'm skeptical that they've convinced you or staff that you should do that. So in light of that, I would ask instead, if indeed we go down the path and staff suggested of continuing the stress test, I'd like to get to this messaging question. And I observed in May and then in June, when as we shifted to the stress test, the rhetoric was still about not saving enough water. In board press releases, staff comments, some of the board comments were about how we reduced water use 32% in 2015, and it was only 20% in 2016. That's what we should have expected when we set a different standard. Unfortunately, the press picked up on that, and month by month by month, we heard about backsliding rather than we're 20% above our zero standard that we got through the stress test. So
I'll just let you know, I said exactly what you're saying, and I was quoted in the LA Times about how we were saving 1 drop in 5 instead of 1 drop in 4. It's still saving 1 drop in 5, and it's huge.
So I would say.
So I think we've been trying to get that message across
if
too.
Indeed, we go down that path. Let's get behind that message that we're still far exceeding what the expectation is, when last year 85%, this year if we continue, probably nearly everyone demonstrates they have an adequate water supply for future dry years. So that would be my first ask is set the example so the media doesn't make these irresponsible and irrelevant comparisons from month to month. It's completely counterproductive to what the agencies are trying to tell their customers. And then the other thing is do everything you can to promote everything else in the Water Action Plan. And you alluded to a lot of what that is. And this year, it's in any way we can promote the need for more storage and groundwater recharge, as you did last year, interim permits, transfers, everything else, so that we can take advantage of the bounty that we may get less frequently, but put it to use. Because as Paul Helliker said, the big bucket of 2 million acre feet that's I hear down in the basement of the resource building, it kind of got tipped over. And a lot of that water that was saved is spilling away. And some of that water belongs to the Santa Barbara area that they're not going to lose, that they paid for and saved. So I hope we decide to let the regs expire, but if not, I think we can all do a lot better job of sending the right messages and doing all the other things. Thank you.
Mr. Metzger, thank you, followed by Jamie Miner, followed by John Mills. Now, John, you've put 2 cards in. Do you need 6 minutes for each client? They're not going to say, if you're going to say the same thing twice. No, maximum 3 each, but if you say the exact same thing for both, you can't. You'll have everybody behind you who's hungry, angry.
Angry, okay, angry. Gotta be right. Julie, whatever you think is fair, how do you want to be on it?
Okay, thanks.
Good afternoon, Chair Marcus and members of the board. It's my pleasure to be here speaking to you today. Thank you for the opportunity, as always, allowing us to come and give you our opinions about what you should be doing. I hope that you did have a chance to review our comment letter. We did let you know that everything is really looking good in Calaveras County. I'm the conservation manager for that small county. We are dealing with flooded out roads and reservoirs spilling and things of that nature. Even New Maloney's to our south border is starting to finally fill up again, which is very encouraging. But what I wanted to speak to was specifically the board's questions. We did urge the board to let the emergency regulations expire. If the board does not decide to do that because of some of the things that we've heard today, we would just like to really point out that the stress test has been a good tool to allow us, those of us who do have water, to keep that local control and allow the local conditions on the ground to speak for our water management policy. So we would urge you to continue with that strategy. We also support the idea of coming back at the end of the water year and reevaluating if that is the direction that the board would like to go. But to come back to a couple of things that I've heard why it would be advantageous to keep the regulation in place. One was the reporting. We are absolutely willing to continue reporting, and it doesn't have to be a mandatory thing for us to do that. We have all of those tools in place. We'd love to keep giving the state that data. That's no problem if it would be helpful. So please, let's use another tool other than an emergency and just ask us for that, and I think many of us would give that to you. The second thing that we heard is that conditions may change, and they may, but the state board and the governor can also react to those conditions if they do change. And so what I would leave you with is the messaging. I know that there's been some confusion about, well, why don't we just keep the emergency in place? It's a team effort between local and state to convince our customers to do something. And it's not just the local messaging that matters. The statewide messaging is a huge component of that. And I would just urge you to realize that as a former journalist, if the emergency continues, that's your headline. And it's going to be very difficult for this board to put out the right message where, well, yes, it's an emergency, but not really. It's more because we need to keep this data going and we need to keep an eye on things and we don't want to have a gap in it. That's going to be really, really difficult. And so we certainly will give you your input on how you could change those headlines. But if our customers see that type of thing, it's going to cause a lot of problems for us at the local level and a lot of potential anger and people not wanting to cooperate they have in the past. And so I would just urge you to really consider the messaging if you do end up continuing with this emergency regulation. But again, we do urge you to let it expire. And thank you for the opportunity to comment this morning.
Thanks.
Thanks, and I did read the letter. They show a great commitment to integrated water management in Calaveras County. So I want to acknowledge your letter. It's a good read for everybody out there.
Minor, followed by Mr. Mills twice.
Good afternoon. Hi, members of the board. Jamie Miner with Nemela Pappas and Associates on behalf of Santa Margarita Water District. We appreciate the opportunity to provide comments today, and thank you for all your work on the proposed framework. Santa Margarita feels strongly that the board should wait until full hydrology is known and the final state water project allocation is determined by DWR. Suppliers will then be able to coordinate with their wholesalers and update their stress tests accordingly. We also think the state should take availability of storage into account, where Southern California is leading the way. Water managers must make adjustments based on changing hydrology. So we believe the stress tests conservation standards should be adjusted to reflect current and future hydrology. We feel the board should not discriminate by region, considering precipitation only. Rather, available storage, water supply availability, and development of alternative supply should be taken into account. Santa Margarita believes the stress test supply-based standard is more appropriate than setting a one-size-fit-all conservation floor. We think it incentivizes agencies to invest in long-term sustainable water supplies while continuing to implement agency-appropriate demand management strategies. We also encourage the board to focus on encouraging and incentivizing new supply in any new or renewed approach. Thanks for your time and the opportunity to provide feedback and to collaborate with you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mills.
Chair, members of the board,
3 minutes.
As brief as possible.
Just a second for each, but yeah, brevity is the sole discretion when you're speaking twice in particular.
Warn me, I don't want to get between these folks behind me and their lunch. I know them, so. First, I want to thank you very much for the workshop. I'm speaking now on behalf of a group of multiple water agencies upstream. They're all Sierra Nevada water agencies, foothills and up to the crest. These workshops are very productive. We like the way the board interacts with us and allows us to provide input. Earlier, Board Member Moore referred to East of Eden, and I think that was appropriate, but I think having sat through the commentary so far, what we've got here is a failure to communicate, and right out of Cool Hand Luke. And I think that's what a lot of this
Yeah,
narrative
we
is
got to
about
move to
semantics.
movies away from sports, I think. Paul, you in?
I'm deflecting away from sports. We're getting away from sports. We're into movies and books now. So I think it's important that we understand. Nobody in this room is going to trump what the governor says. I haven't heard anybody say I've got a higher pay grade. He's declared a drought emergency. Until that changes, that's a fact. So let's move on from that. Now it's in your court. What are you going to do with the emergency regulation? You've heard all the evidence. I'm not going to use any of my notes on how much water is where. I would point out there's lots of water in some places, and then you've got pockets that don't have water. And what I'd underscore there is something John Woodling said. That indicates that we do have regional supply differences, but it also underscores item number one in the governor's water action plan is conservation. There's a whole bunch of other things under that, and you folks have supported those, and I really urge you to do that because that's where the fixes are for places like Santa Barbara. They're not hoping for rain every year. They're getting long-term natural and man-made infrastructure improved to take care of that and buffer out these extremes. Because I agree with Max in his climate change analysis. We're going to see some extremes. They're going to get outside the curve, and we have to be ready for them. We have to get ahead of that wave. To do that, we've got to do the water action plan and make that a priority. So we would prefer to not have to go back and deal with the messaging in our communities about emergency, non-emergency, it is a drought, it isn't, and just point out that we're still moving ahead with water use efficiency, that this year we have surplus, we have reservoirs spilling, there's no place to put the water, we have reservoirs in flood operation mode, we have flood emergencies. I mean, Nevada County has managed to become a local flood emergency and a statewide drought emergency at the same time, which is a pretty good indication of how our system works in California. And so we would urge you, I understand the differences, and I agree with your attorney on here's why we have to do it as an emergency and can't do it as a long-term. This is what we should be talking about in the long-term regulatory process, and that would be the ideal. Every one of you has said, yeah, that's what we ought to be doing. We agree with you on that. But we're in this other box right now. So for the record, shouldn't be doing this. But if we do, I want to point out, I'm going to run over the time right now a little bit, but I want to point out conservation doesn't stop at some point. And I'd point out that cumulative water savings now for these water agencies, Georgetown, 27%. This is 15 to 16. Calaveras County, 28%. El Dorado, 32%. South Tahoe, 32.5%. Tuolumne, 30%, Groveland, 26%, Nevada Irrigation District, 30%, Placer County, 29%, and Amador County, 29%. Every one of those numbers is higher than the governor's requirement of 25%, every one. So when we talk about compliance with the governor's mandate, we're at 100% compliance, and that happens, and we still do conservation. We're still doing it today. The second client I have to speak for is Tuolumne County Water Agency, who wants to simply report that we have two suppliers in our county water agency area. One is on the Stanislaus, one is on the Tuolumne. The Stanislaus reservoirs are going to fill and spill. They're going to spill more than they store this year. On the Tuolumne, we're approaching 100% supplies over there. So we really have wonderful supply conditions, and we don't have any groundwater basin to recharge in the area. So any of the water conserved is not going really into storage, just moving on downstream. There are some folks downstream who can benefit from that, and that's what's happening at this point. But the conservation program, the messaging continues, the commitment to watershed restoration, and integrated resources management. All of these agencies are in IRWM programs, and I think that's a key. Tuolumne County is heavily involved in it with Calaveras and others. So as we move ahead on this, I think if we can change the narrative, especially for the media, which notwithstanding the Fifth Estate, that they do try to get the message right, but when they hear the word drought, it reminds me of one of the early lessons I learned in the Forest Service when I got to ride in one of our engines. It's great to be in a fire engine, because when you need to go someplace fast, you can turn on the red lights and the siren, nobody gets out of your way. Unfortunately, you can't do that everywhere. So it means something to turn on the red light and sirens, and that's what our captain told us, and we believed him because he was the captain. That's what the governor says, so we believe him because he's the governor. But it makes an important distinction between when you're really on your way to a fire or an emergency, or when you just want to get a hamburger quicker than everybody else. And that's where I'll leave this with is everybody wants to get a hamburger right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, that was good. Mark Emerson, good to see you again. Followed by Kelsey Hinton from the Community Water Center, followed by Deirdre Desjardins. And that will close out the day.
Hello, board members.
Hello, we miss you.
My name is Mark Emerson. I'm a director and elected official with the Carmichael Water District. And I'm here today as I get you all together now because previously, having worked at the board for 2 years and prior to that, 8 years with the drinking water program, and being an elected official with the Carmichael Water District, I now have you all together rather than having to meet at a coffee house or in a briefing room or on that tarmac in the airport. That's a joke. Anyway, today I had a wonderfully and exciting conflict of interest when I worked at the board, and being a steward of all the data associated with drinking water. That includes all the water quality data. It includes the production data, everything that deals with drinking water, and being loaned also to the Office of Research Planning and Performance in its project in 2014 when we developed the reporting mechanism associated with the emergency drought. Eric Oppenheimer and Carlos Mateos, I believe his name was, we sat down on a pencil and pad, drew up the methodology for how water was going to be reported on a monthly basis, and we were able to get that system up and running for you in a very quick order. Today, I just want to focus my remarks rather than give you opinion, but give you an answer. And this being a workshop and not not anything dealing with regulation, but a workshop on what you're going to do. I want to focus, or I want to limit my remarks to facts and not provide opinion. And specifically for Member Moore, having to do with reporting. What are we losing by the reporting requirements, not having a monthly reporting? All the production records have been reported through the electronic annual reporting system within the board for the past 7 years, meaning to say that the production data associated with every water system in the state, this is about 8,500 or so water systems, is reported annually. We get those production figures. We get how much has been recycled. We get how much is going to agriculture or industry and everything like that. And it's reported once a year in that electric annual reporting system. I know because I helped set it up and implement it at the drinking water program. Designed it. The second thing is that the reporting that you get is not used substantially outside of the board. Or let's put it this way, there's only one agency that I've been aware of in the last several years that is interested in monthly reporting, and that is the Department of Water Resources. For them to get that data on an annual basis appears to be adequate. The only other agency that I'm aware of that relies upon it was the Mojave Water Agency down in Southern California, who wanted the monthly reports because they had a lot of, I'm sorry, my time is up, but thank you very much. If you want me to keep going.
Yeah, taking notes.
Yeah, take an extra minute for old time's sake.
Yeah. The other thing, so there are very few.
The Mojave, what was the Mojave example?
Yeah, the Mojave Water Agency. They have about 10 clients there, and they coordinate all of the reporting. The other thing is that you're getting information, but you're not getting complete information. There's about 2,500 other community water systems within the state for which you get no information. And this has an impact upon the savings that you get. So in that regard, with reporting requirements, it may be that is something that you would want to look to drop on a monthly basis. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is interesting.
Good to see you.
Being on this side. All right.
Kelsey Hinton, Community Water Center, followed by Ms. Desjardins.
Hi, yeah, I'm Kelsey Hinton, and I'm here with Community Water Center.
Thank you for coming.
Of course. Thanks for having us and hosting this workshop. And I do just want to say thank you to the staff for all of the work that you're putting toward the continuation of these regulations. And I want to say thank you to everyone in the room. I know it's been a long day, but it is really encouraging to hear what different water systems throughout the state are doing for conservation and how great their customers are responding and continuing to respond, whether these are in place or not. I did just want to speak briefly about this situation because, as you know, we do primarily work in Tulare County, and though that is one section of the state, it is still an area of the state that is very impacted by the drought. There are many vulnerable communities and people who are still living without water in this area, and that's by no means only happening in Tulare County. It's just the area where we have the best data to know what's going on. So although that is slightly different because a lot of those people are on private wells, as we all know, all of these water systems are connected. And when you're pulling from groundwater, and if you're making savings from groundwater, that's going to impact the local communities within your sphere of influence regardless. So I think it's really important to continue to make that point that although a lot of areas of the state are not experiencing these severe impacts of drought anymore, some very much, this is still a reality for their day-to-day life. So it's just very important to continue to keep that in mind. As well as the fact that it's very encouraging to hear that many water systems would continue to do this reporting moving forward if it was no longer mandatory. But as was mentioned during the presentation, one concern that we would have is that lack, that you may have data gaps, and there are going to be water systems who are not going to voluntarily report if it is no longer required. Not everybody is going to do the right thing, unfortunately, and that's why these regulations had to come into place in the first place. Even though the majority of the state may be doing a good job, there are still water systems that may need these in place to feel encouraged to keep providing that data. And they're often in areas that are vulnerable to these drought impacts, as in the Central Valley, who may not be doing as great of a job of reporting in some instances, though by no means the whole region. But yeah, just wanted to give you a slightly different perspective than what you've been hearing, but I do think today was a really good conversation and it was great to hear what's been going on. So we do support the regulations continuing and revisiting this in May.
Thank you very much. Thanks for all the great work you do. Hi.
Hello.
Ms. Desjardins.
I wanted to say I strongly support the continuation of the staff's recommendation and the continuation of the stress test. I think the board's stress test is like a stress test for banks. All water districts should have sufficient supplies to get through a repeat of the recent drought at all times. And in fact, I argued earlier that the standard should be 6 years. They need to have supplies to get through a repeat of the 1928 to 34 drought. We can expect to see these droughts about twice this century, both from the historical record and the long-term tree ring record. We also know some districts are facing continuing supply shortages. Some parts of the state are still in drought. Santa Barbara is in very dire straits. Some districts rely on highly depleted groundwater. Some districts rely on the Colorado River Basin, which is facing a long-term drought. Lake Mead has a 50% chance of shortage by 2018. Finally, we're having unsustainable impacts on fisheries. All of these affect water supply. There's a second issue that the boom in population in 1990s and 2000s came during an unusually wet period. The 15-year average runoff for the Sac River reached 19.5 million acre feet in 2007 and 2008. In 2016, the 15-year average was 15 million acre feet. So there was a very real, almost 25% reduction in water supply. And we still don't know if this drying is due to climate change or if we're just seeing a return to drier and more variable conditions that were typical of the first half of the 20th century. But in either case, we'd see a reduction in water supply. Second, climate change may also be increasing variability. I submitted a PowerPoint which references 2 studies. Simon Wang had a study which showed a 50% increase in both extreme dry and extreme wet events by the end of the century. And we're seeing this now. We had the driest January on record during the drought, and now we're seeing the wettest January on record in some areas. I also referenced Sarah Knoll and Josh Veers. Their modeling showed a significant increase in the frequency of dry and critically dry years in both the Sac River and the San Joaquin River by the second half of the century. They found the frequency of wet years didn't change that much, but we saw more dry and critically dry years. All of this, it points to increasing variability. I would say my recommendation is in the long term, we need to manage for both risk and sustainability. I think that these regulations are important, and it's not a standard. It's a standard that all water agencies should be meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I looked at your PowerPoint, and I think we will. Oh, there's one more, and I think we will continue to look at it. I thought perhaps when I read it, it was for item 4, but the point holds for the long-term effort that we're undertaking, both in terms of the permanent regs, but also in terms of the work that DWR is doing to have a longer shortage contingency planning process. So thank you, and we'll spend some time looking at it later on. I do have one more card, and that is from Jim Pfeiffer from the City of Sacramento.
Good afternoon, Chair Marcus and members of the board. Thought I'd wrap it up.
As it is your building after all, so.
It is the City of Sacramento's
Home city.
So we submitted a comment letter requesting that the emergency regulations expire without renewal. We did acknowledge that there could be some pockets of the state that there are some lasting drought impacts that if necessary, resources could be directed to those places, those individual pockets where they may need some resources or some assistance if they cannot manage the problems, the water supply problems that they have within that region. But once again, we would like to turn to the long term and continue to work on the framework. And we're looking forward to those long-term solutions being adopted and ending the emergency regulations. And that's it.
Thank you. Thanks for the good job you all did during the height of the drought. All right, that concludes the workshop for today. I do want to give my colleagues a chance to say something now if they want to. I do think that we will, take it all in. I have notes to myself, and we'll discuss with staff where we want to go. Thank you for your time.
Thanks everyone for the discussion. And please know that I have such a deep respect for all of your work, and I'm so inspired by Californians responding to this drought and showing really the world our ability to improve our relationship with water and look at things sustainably, and to affirm and reaffirm that yes, the action plan has many aspects. We talked a lot about number 1 today. Number 2 is integrated water management and local self-reliance. We take that as an equal action, and so just want to acknowledge that. Just to staff, we've asked a lot of questions, answered a lot, and we have a lot to think about, and we certainly listened. And expiration of the regulation, from my standpoint, it's on the table. It's one of the things that could happen. One thing I'd like you to just follow up on the data availability issue that Mr. Emerson brought up. That we struggled with kind of bringing that in back then, but we had just combined with Division of Drinking Water. So I don't think we have all the answers there, but there may be opportunities to have data availability. But, as part of that dialogue, monthly data has been really very valuable in the discussion, the tracking. And so while historically it might not have been requested, it was because it was hard to pull together now that it's easy to pull together, it's really empowered all of us to see where we are and as far as our neighbors and our past performance. So, you know, that's a dialogue that will continue. But as far as what data availability there is, this is a priority area in our agency with our Office of Information Management and Analysis, and working with DWR, the new law about data transparency, you know, and being more efficient and respecting the local agencies' limited bandwidth in terms of reporting over and over and over, you know, having that consolidated and having that customer service level at the state, I think is important to mention this. So that was all I wanted to add, but just thank everyone for being here, and look forward to the next time.
Just one thing. Could you speak just briefly to the fact that we're getting data from into the drinking water program and where it is or is not compatible with what we're talking about here in terms of data?
So I'll start, and Max, please jump in if I'm getting too far off target. But we do collect a bunch of data, both through what's referred to as the EAR, or the Electronic Annual Report, as well as through our monthly conservation reporting. And there are opportunities, I think, for combining some elements of the EAR and making those two different projects really more compatible. So, you know, kind of thinking long term, if we're continuing to collect monthly reporting from the conservation data, which, you know, we're directed to do through the executive order and will likely set up permanent regulations to go forward, how can that auto-populate into the EAR to kind of reduce some of this workload? And we do recognize that right now there may be kind of an overlap in which group is asking for what. DWR is looking at some of this data. Division of Water Quality is interested in some of this data. So there's a lot of different groups, both within the board and outside of it, that are interested in the types of data we can get, both in terms of production and then just other information that goes into the EAR. The EAR is actually a much more comprehensive report than what we get through conservation. The conservation is pretty much how much water did you produce, how much did you use, conservation efforts going forward, was there any enforcement? The EAR talks about rate structures, it talks about wells, it talks about just other information that we don't typically get through conservation. So in the future, I think it is worth looking at how can we figure out some sort of integrated one-stop shop
That's
for all
a
this
piece of
data.
what we're supposed to be doing with DWR, right?
Yeah, yeah, and that is in fact part of the discussions with DWR, looking at the long-term executive order. So it's a work in progress, but we do collect a fair amount of data, and we're looking for ways that we can continue to increase efficiency and reduce overlap.
I would just add, one of the commenters talked about the need for sort of ongoing dynamic public education. And we've seen throughout the drought that many of the local agencies here today have done a fantastic job. Metropolitan talked about a new campaign for public awareness, and that's critical even as we're shifting away from emergency into long-term efficiency and conservation. I think one critical part of public awareness, public education, and transparency is having data available because people do care. People want to see what the numbers look like regardless of whether we're in an official state of emergency or not. So one of the critical elements here is making sure that that data stays available.
Right, right. I mean, the whole movement is towards having data available so that we can do the kind of analytics that are important for making good public policy decisions. I mean, that's the direction that we're moving. The data challenges have been great when folks have been able to take the data and given us really interesting and important work. I mean, the trick is just making sure that we're not into overkill and that we streamline, but the whole dynamic is towards more rather than less information.
And as Steve
Because
mentioned,
otherwise it's all talk.
with the SB 1755, the Open Data Act, just access to that type of data will become more and more critical going forward.
Yeah, my experience has been DWR wants more rather than less, and we've done emergency regs to get them more, so in other contexts. All right. There's a lot to think about. I mean, obviously, we've heard it. I have some thoughts and questions for you all, but I'll condense them. It's not a million of them and try on different ideas for size, but we'll get back to everyone after we have a chance to digest it. So thank you very much. Thanks for all the great work over the long haul, and it has been a long haul. We do have 2 more quick items. First, board member reports. I want to turn to my colleagues. Yeah.
Well, it's funny you mentioned the data challenge because that's what I was going to report on, and it'll be a board item coming up. But yeah, thanks everyone. Have a good.
Get outside. That'd be great.
Will everyone just go outside if you're going to talk?
Please go outside to talk. We're trying to finish up the meeting.
So on December 9th, I had the privilege of being asked by Greg Gearhart, our head of OEMA, to be part of the California Water Data Challenge. And this was co-sponsored with...
Please move out of the room. John, out of the room.
Move
out of the room. We're still having a meeting here.
And it was a lovely challenge, and great, what a great experience. It was, I think it was sort of the encore performance of the data challenge that board member Dodek participated in, where we learned about how much energy is saved when we do water conservation, which was amazing. And in this one we had a whole suite of great projects, some from folks here in the room. In fact, Mr. Atwater's here, and his project got an honorable mention. But we judged several entries from around the state, and even had someone call in from the East Coast to describe their project using California data. This was on December 9th. And we ended up selecting a winner, and there were a lot of great, Mr. Atwater's project was about tracking water use efficiency for water utilities. But the winner was Flow West's Sustainable Floodplain Habitat Finder. And it was among the 9 or 10 judges that we had from different perspectives, including Mark Gold was on the panel with us, and other great folks. What we all pretty much unanimously picked this one because it looked at a lot of different data sets across different agencies and had a real-time component. That is, when it's raining like it is right now, a communication tool to let landowners, land managers, resource agencies, water utilities, irrigation districts know where the floodplain habitat that could be done, managed on a real-time basis would be available, and looked at the Sacramento Valley system, so all those tributaries and everything. So it had several characteristics that we found encouraging because it looked at different data sets, different agencies, different mandates, and as a way to foster collaboration in a very sort of telescoped time frame. And so we thought that was a great example of unleashing the power of California data to enable pretty quick decision making that could have a big impact in terms of when the fish are running. So that was really fun to be a part of that. And actually the White House CEQ partnered with us. So we had a federal partnership in an effort. And we also had some what we called rising innovators. There were students that looked at a couple projects. One was, what if we raised Shasta Dam? And this was sort of at a grad school or even undergrad level. And another group looked at our water rights flow data, the eRIMS database in the North Coast, and doing analytics on that to help with targeting regulation of cannabis cultivation and other issues with water rights. So it was a fascinating experience. And there'll be a board item, I think, where the folks will hopefully, come and present some of that information. And part of the Rising Innovators prize that we came up with was to give these young upcoming researchers and analysts the opportunity to meet with people that work in the agencies. So have some face time with experts that they're in the areas that they're interested in working. So that's the Data Challenge 2.
That's right, son of Data Challenge, or daughter. Thank you. Thanks for doing that, too.
Just one quick report. I was able to attend the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Board meeting last week. Thank you to Board Member Moore for filling in while I was occupied with the water fix hearing. The one item that I wanted to give you a heads up on was the regional board considered a permit, WDR, for Santa Clara Valley Water District and the U.S. Corps of Engineer for a flood management project. And I won't get into the details because there's a potential it might be petitioned to us, but the reason I wanted to give you a heads up on it, and staff as well, as listening to the discussion, it hit upon me how critical it is that we move forward as soon as possible on our dredge and fill policy, which has been decades in the making. And, you know, with the abundance of rainfall we're receiving this year, I think more and more of these flood control, flood management projects are going to be hitting the regional water boards. And there's a lot of, you know, intersection with the issue of dredge and fill and our policy. So it's to give you a heads up that was before the regional water board. It will be coming before other regional water boards, I'm sure, similar projects, and the aspect of WDRs and certification being issued by the regional water boards, and that connection to our long-developed policy for the discharge of dredge and fill materials, which I believe is on target to be publicly released in May and for a board hearing in June.
I believe that May is correct, but I don't believe June will be the board hearing because of the timing for public comment. I believe that it's August, but I could be wrong about that. I'd have to go back and look at the dates.
Well, as of the January 2017 update table for proposed major board actions, I have June 6, 2017. I'm sorry, yeah, June 6, 2017, as the hearing for public comment on discharges of dredge or fill.
I think that's the hearing, and then the adoption date. Is there another column for the adoption date?
I was talking about the hearing for comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about the adoption.
All right, great. And with that, I'll also give, I think, a follow-up to you, John. I know that Region 2 in particular, the San Francisco Bay region, staff provided some comments and suggestions for the language that staff is proposing for the dredge and fill policy. So I'll want to follow up with you all to discuss that.
Great.
I have a couple of things. The first one is the winery general order, and I'm just going to use this as an opportunity because there are regional orders that are in the process of being developed, and I can't talk with you about this. So using this as an opportunity to just say that I have been, and I know that other board members as well have been involved in some of the stakeholder discussions with our staff that's working on the general order. And as a result of some of those very useful early on discussions, officials from the Wine Institute have provided our staff with sort of a framework concept paper in going forward in the development of the winery general order. And their main concern, if I could express it on their behalf, is that because there are other regions that are developing their own orders, they have an issue with staff resources, and they would like to be able to just focus on one approach or the other. And I do think that our staff has provided enough information such that there would be an incentive to utilizing a statewide general order approach along the lines of a one-stop shop for other permits. And so I just want to put that on your radar as you all dialogue with regions that are also working on a general order. And I did have a discussion recently with Jean-Pierre at Region 3, and I think that they have their own perspective about the need to move forward, and talking about also ways to better interact with the state board. So I don't want to make it sound like there's just one perspective only on this. And I did have a good discussion with John Bishop about this yesterday, and that development of that framework paper that has not yet been agreed to. So that's on the winery order. And then the other thing I wanted to just indicate that I attended the Mercury workshop on Monday, or part of it, And I have raised these concerns before in the context of beneficial uses and the development of inclusion of tribal subsistence fishing and the beneficial uses that are going to be tacked on to the mercury process. And the concern that I have had is that it's kind of hard to connect the dots between those two issues. You wouldn't normally look at mercury and think, oh, gee, something on tribal use here. And how do you then connect the dots to the impact of the development of this policy? And so as a result of our adoption of the resolution, just to remind everybody, I did press on this issue for additional stakeholder discussions, and this workshop was the outcome of that. And so I do appreciate my colleagues in agreeing to provide some additional stakeholder opportunities, but I have to say that I don't think that it ended up necessarily meeting the goal that I had intended. The draft was provided less than a week before the workshop. It was coming out after, you know, the holidays, and the workshop was not terribly well attended. And then afterwards, some stakeholders and I just in the hall were talking and raising a lot of those concerns that I did as well. Gee, is this going to have an impact on water supply? Could there be a 401 vehicle? That sort of thing. So I would prefer that the next time we touch this is not as a hearing, but as a board workshop. That would make me feel better about a more transparent process and giving folks an opportunity to digest the 700-page document. I can't remember when it's coming up. It's coming up soon for a board hearing.
Yes, it is. Sorry, I don't have it right in front of me.
I think it's in February.
I didn't bring that down, but it's very shortly for going out for public comment, and I believe it's May that we're looking at a board consideration for adoption.
Yeah, and there's, Mr. Bishop and I talked about this yesterday, and there is a need to move quickly because of the wildlife beneficial use provision. So I just wanted to say that as well.
Asking for some other sort of workshop or other opportunity beyond what just happened.
When it comes before us, that it come before us as a workshop, not a hearing, just to give more time for a dialogue, yes.
So as we talked about yesterday, the issue is that we have we're in between a rock and a hard place on the mercury objective for wildlife that's included in that. EPA is under a consent decree. We'd rather be in charge of our own destiny than to postpone it beyond June, where in which case EPA would have to do. The discussion that we would need to have is, are there pieces of this that we can pull out if they need more discussion than that one?
And could you just set some sort of discussion prior to May?
I can work with staff about that also.
I mean, I appreciate the report from Board Member Diadamo, but I must provide the other side to the argument, and that is obviously we do have some stakeholders, especially from the environmental justice community and tribal communities, who believe that this has taken quite a bit of time, and they are eager to have this be considered by the board. So I think we need to be mindful that there are obviously different sets of stakeholders with different concerns, and therefore any delay, I think, would cause some of those stakeholders to have significant concerns, which they already have, about this board's commitment to moving forward on those beneficial uses.
I know that this is not the right time to make a decision on this because it hasn't been noticed, but I imagine we'll be having discussions with staff. But I have to say that from a transparency perspective, we didn't meet the test, because the first opportunity that stakeholders had to really digest this was the document that just got released, and then a quick turnaround on a stakeholder workshop. And so there continues to be confusion, and aside from the policy of whether or not this should move forward,
I think that we need to sit down with staff and figure out a way to, I'm not looking for a big delay, I'm looking for a stakeholder
You're looking for
process
additional input for
Yes.
other stakeholders that we didn't spend 2 years with.
in advance, right. Because of the tribal consultation opportunity. There's a reason for that, but then others weren't aware. Thanks.
Good. And if I may respond, this is really helpful. I appreciate you bringing up both those issues. I participate in the monthly chairs call with the chairs of the regional water boards, and both of those items are actually of interest to them and the regional boards too. And in the case of the winery order, Region 1, North Coast, has adopted a regional order. Region 2 is working on one. As you noted, Region 3, not quite sure exactly what they want to do yet, looking at both state and regional options. So these are items that we will continually, we'll use that forum to get input from the regional board member level. And certainly there's concern at the regional boards about the mercury issue and how that translates into their regulatory program. So these are ongoing issues, acknowledging that even from within our agency.
I don't have anything either. How about the executive director's report?
Thank you. I just wanted to mention that Board Member Doduck requested that we include a summary of the underground storage tank cleanup fund status and processing time, and I think we've got a relatively detailed description of that. Obviously, it's not a program that's totally on track, shall we say, and hasn't been for a while. We have a statutory requirement to fund or to pay the invoices within 60 days of receiving them, and right now the average ranges from 136 to 426 days, depending on how the invoice was submitted and a couple of other ways that we're averaging the data, but they're quite a bit off. And there's a couple of reasons for it, not trying to make excuses, but probably the one that stands out the most is that we are now accepting more and more of the D claims, and the D claims are not like other claims. The D claims are the large companies, and these are claims where the cleanup might have occurred a decade or so ago, and we have a box of invoices, or in any event, the entire scope of the cleanup is presented to us, a cleanup that might have gone on for 10 or 15 years, and with all the invoices at one time, and the idea that we would be processing those in 60 days, it's just not feasible. And of course, it also slows up other processing because of the time it takes to deal with those. There are a couple of other factors, and we have requested resources from the administration, and the governor's budget has 7 new positions for helping us to improve our processing time, and we expect that will be helpful. But there's a lot of information there, and we'd be happy to brief the board members on if they'd like further information. And that was all I was going to
helpful. So
raise.
it's a new set of issues, probably some of the old ones that we went over a couple of years ago, where the problem was, A, we had found fraud in the department, so we had to be tougher, and B, they were submitting all their invoices at the same time versus stretching it out over time, which of course gave us the pig and the python problem. But I recognize that the D claims are going to be a whole different kettle of fish, so thank you for flagging that.
Yeah, man, well, of course, the other 2 issues are not resolved. We also have plotted here when the invoices are sent to us, and we get a disproportionate share of them in September, and that causes a problem. And we do have increased processing time because of new procedures we put in place based on what we've learned in our fraud, waste, and abuse work. And so I did want to mention, though, that what precipitated this in part is that we had someone who came to the public forum with a concern about school invoice processing. And it was always our intent to expedite school invoice processing along with the processing for the A claims. However, we did find that we were having a difficulty tracking school invoices when they came in, and some of them were going into the regular processing pile as opposed to the expedited process. And we've corrected that problem, and we expect that school invoices and the A category will all be processed much more quickly in the future.
Thank you for including that in your report. Scrolling down your report, I just wanted to respond to Board Member Diadamo's question earlier regarding the mercury and beneficial uses item in the Executive Director report. I see here that the next time we touch this will be a hearing for public comment on February 7th. Not an action, but a hearing to hear comments.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm asking for a workshop because of the confusion about the impact that this would have.
So you're asking for a workshop in addition to the February 7th hearing?
Right.
Okay, we'll have to discuss that.
I'm asking for a board workshop. I have raised these questions, and I don't feel that I really understand the impact, the potential impact, and I think that it would be better to have a dialogue. My sense is that what we're going to get with the hearing is comments from parties that oppose this designation, and I'd rather have a dialogue to see if there could be an opportunity for people to better understand what the impact is, rather than automatically getting letters in opposition.
Is there a reason why we couldn't have that discussion on February 7th?
Well, there certainly could be such a discussion during the hearing process, but if we were to cancel the hearing and the comments associated with that instead have a workshop, I strongly suspect that it would be physically impossible to meet the May proposed adoption date, at least for the entire package as proposed. I'll check on that and get back to the board members, but that is my strong suspicion.
Right, and we look at maybe more time for a staff workshop too, as an option. I don't have an opinion. I can't make a decision, but we should think about all the options.
I'll discuss it with Karen and get back to you soon.
I think it's still worthwhile leaving it on the February 7th agenda.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great.
For now.
Yeah, and I mean, we can certainly, have a workshop atmosphere for the item, but I acknowledge your point that by having a deadline for comment in 10 days, we may not get the more open dialogue.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Is there anything else? I know we don't have our closed session today. Okay, with that, the hearing is adjourned. Sorry, we went late. I probably should have taken a break. I thought we could finish it up faster. Sorry for those who are waiting, and we'll see you all soon.